Hello, hello. Hola, amigos. Hola, amigos. Alright, boys, because we have plenty of things to do today, and I mean plenty. Alright, so let's do Awaken Peewee trade. Let's open that up. And let's log in, dude. First thing we're gonna do, I think, is we're just gonna do a lab. We're just gonna do a labyrinth. So we only did only did 2 in yesterday's run. Oi, amigo, ¿cómo está? Muy bien. Muy bien. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna say much more. Alright, first things first. We have this setup over here. Import expert. Mod pop. Wait, hold on a second. I need to find what this thing actually is. Path of Exile. Path of Exile, boom. I need to find what this actually is. Verification successful. Success! Heck yes. Okay, there we go. Starto. Starto combato. Boom. And this is the character we're looking at. Boom, boom, boom. That's the 3 item skills. Boom, we're gonna save that as Brutus Jugg campaign Act 10, I guess. Something like that. Save. Oh, we had 60,000 DPS. Wait, we had some crazy DPS here, dude. 90,000. Okay, that's even standard boss. We had 100,000 with everything. That does include intimidating cry though, but that's some good DPS, man. Good DPS we had. What time is it in your country? It's 20 to 8 p.m. It's gonna be 8 p.m. soon-ish. That's what it is. Alright, okay, these are the resistances. These are the resistances. We're gonna do Act 10, obviously, over here. Standard boss. Okay, so that's our character. Okay, so first things first, we're gonna do is we're gonna run a lab. So we have to. We have to do this bad boy. Merciless labyrinth. Boom. Also, we're definitely going to migrate this character. What? I got one shot by that? It was the beginning of lab, but holy man. Alright, that's not something I expected. I never got killed by this modifier before, but this was the run where we had like actually the worst items of all time. We don't even have resistances, so there's that. But it's still crazy that it killed me through 45. Maybe we didn't have endurance charges, I don't know. But through that killing me through 45 is crazy work. What's up, Johnny? Hopefully we're not gonna die at this one. Alright, we should be fine, but I mean I have 18 freaking cold resistance, I'm actually kinda concerned. Not gonna lie to you. Tiny bit concerned.
Yeah, buddy! Wait!
Wait.
Yep!
Oh.
Yep!
Yo, if Izar's gonna get the essence buff that gives him cold damage and stuff, and fire damage, we're freaking dead. I wish I was joking, but I'm not. We're freaking dead, boys. Actually. If he's gonna get, you know, the bot stuff. Not immune to freeze either, which means that getting good amount of cold damage just freezes me and I'm dead also. So I mean, and getting some resistance beforehand could have been a good idea. A crafting recipe, double resistance. What's up, Allergy? Yo. The damage looks good though, very good on 4-link, but this it slams so. Oh, the damage is very nice actually. Well, I finished by doing this, right? Yes. More damage is against enemies that are on low life. That's just such a weak mastery. It's kind of weak. I mean, it's 5% more damage. I mean, I guess. Guess. +1 endurance charge? Probably. It's fine for now. 40% onslaught effect is juicy as hell. 8% attack speed? Not bad, I guess. Can't argue with that. Damage is pretty good though. Damage is good. What are you league starting? My good old own creation, the Brutus of Divine Judgment build. It's basically a strength stacker utilizing a bunch of super cheap uniques. Long story short, how this works. Movement speed? Yeah, but like, what do we need movement speed for? I doubt I'm going to even have. Well, we're going to be using Alberons, so we are going to have movement speed on boots, but other than that, I don't need movement speed for anything. Yo, this kind of smells like there's something that will be like a dark shrine in here. What do you plan on farming first? I have no idea. We'll see how things will be, right? And I'm talking like leak mechanic and stuff. Charges. Ooh. Charges here we got. I'm not giving... I'm sorry, I'm not giving him charges and stuff. Get out of here. I miss Blight already. Oh man, Blight is such a freaking... was such a crazy mechanic, right? Blight was absolutely ridiculous in its time. It's funny because I was kind of... I made a video about Blight and this video like popped off insanely hard after they added the Blight scarabs to the game. Had like freaking 150,000 views or something. So it hurts me especially hard that that they nerfed this, because that was actually my mirror maker in that league. I sold such ridiculous amount of maps. You know what? Maybe I'm going to find a clip somewhere to show you the loot explosions. Maybe I can find the level of loot that this actually was providing. Maybe I would be able to. Okay. I think Legion is gonna be big time because of uniques. Oh, I think so too. I think Legion is gonna be huge. I think Legion is gonna be absolutely huge. Supplied how to the trade league with maps. Bro, that league I sold, I kid you not, probably... Okay, there he goes. I kid you not, I sold that league probably... 20,000 strands. Probably something around that. Alright, what do we got here? Armor, resistance. Bro, I mean, that's so much freaking better than this, but... freaking colors. Colossus Mole. Alright, here we have... I'm not doing that, whatever. It's not the mandatory thing here right now for us. When it comes to this, I'm probably just gonna get this Unrelenting for some damage reduction. It's arguably not the best thing to take, but you know, I just wanted to have lab. Remember I used your strat for a week? Yeah, that was kind of cracked. It's kind of cracked indeed. What's up, Helena? Alright, guys, the plan is very simple today. The plan for today is incredibly simple. You know what we're doing? We are buying the setups for Smite. We are going to be running some of the maps with Sunder, and then we're going to figure out when is the perfect time to swap to Smite with Brutus, with Crown of Ice, and with all that stuff. So that I have information for tomorrow's video. And that's it. And I think we're gonna be good. I need to migrate this character from SSF to trade, though. We need to do some quick changes when it comes to gem setup also. I need purity of elements right now. I also need to craft resistances on my gear to at least be like resist. I mean, I have freaking 17 cold resistance, 30 fire right now, so I mean, that's completely unacceptable. You know, I watched the video from Aloha. Aloha? Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce his name. Holy smokes, man. Like, actually, holy smokes, what the hell? Is Static Strike freaking balanced or what? How is this allowed? That Static Strike is basically permanent 100% crit if you're using Ambush. How is that real? How is that real, by the way? Still doing good damage with Sunder here. No, but I need to craft resistances on my gear. That's just freaking insane how much damage I'm taking with 45 and endurance charges. Just because we have no res. The damage is alright. Okay, there we go. What's up, Nate? Alright, so there we go. What is your account name? I want to import the leveling POB. It's crazy. I can't even give you POB because it's literally this character. It's this. There we go. And this was my character literally at the end of campaign, Act 10. The only thing I'm going to do, I guess, is I'm just going to put these 2 points in here as well. Because we just did the lab. So in overall, that's a 3-hour, 30-something minutes campaign run. Which is quite nice. So I'm going to save this. And then... Helena. Character creation. This guy is gone. We don't need this guy ever again. This guy we're gonna migrate. Yep. Standard. Boom. And we're gonna just experiment on this dude. You know what I mean? You know, fellas, I have Atlas points. Oh, I have entire Atlas done. Okay. That's gonna help, but it's not necessarily important because we're just going to be doing... It's not about the progression. I can, at any time, do any maps I want, so this is not a problem, right? This is totally fine. Alright, now. I need to do it carefully because at this point in the campaign, we obviously wouldn't have currency. So I need to do it carefully. What could we have, though, at this point? Holy smokes, this weapon is atrocious. One thing I could definitely have is... we would have some whetstones at this point, so I can improve the quality on this weapon at least. That's for sure. Well, we would have white sockets here, right? So if I had a... that doesn't even need to be a 4-link. So on paper, during the campaign, I could put any gems in here in this helmet. Which is great, right? Oh, but it's required level 69. I can't even use it right now. Okay. Dude, all these freaking tabs are remove only. Okay, let's just put it in here. Holy smokes, we have... dude, we have some stuff in here. We have wildfire. Look at that, dude. We have freaking wildfires here. Anyone who wants +4... oh, it's limited to 1. Anyone who wants +2 projectiles on Molten Strike permanently with 25% area of effect? Heck yeah. Legacy 50 flat maximum energy shield on Abyssal Jewels. And this claw attack damage is also Legacy. Conqueror's Potency. Anyone remembers this? Conqueror's freaking Potency, dude. Increased effect, and Flask Applied to you have increased effect for Mage Blood. Damn. We have a lot of split personalities. Then we have 4% mana reservation, Conqueror Efficiency. What else do we have here? Emperor's Mastery. Energy from Within. Guys, you know how old these freaking jewels are? They're 10+ years. These 3 bastards are 10+ years for sure. 100%. Oh! And then we have Legacy Aura Effect Medium Clusters. Holy. I think my most expensive item is going to be in here. In a second. Yo, Pavel, thank you very much for 50 months, man. Thank you very much for support. I think my most expensive item is going to be here. Hold on, let me find it. Well, first of all, we have Legacy 18% maximum mana as extra maximum energy shield. That's one thing. This would be pretty expensive. But the most expensive thing that I have... 1% of lightning damage is leached as energy shield while affected by wrath. I don't think that exists anymore. This works on spells, by the way. This works on spells. Okay, okay. This is my most expensive item, I think, on standard potentially. This is a Legacy 18% maximum mana as extra maximum energy shield. And 1.2 lightning damage is leached as mana while affected by wrath. This is the only way in the game, I think also one of the only ways in standard, where you can get mana leech on spells. There is no other way, dude. Make a starter with legacy items as a joke and see how fast people get rage baited. It's a five-head solution for sure. Alright, this helmet I'm going to... Alright, so... Alright, so... At this point I would definitely have some gold. I would definitely have some gold. Okay, how do we do this? Let me think. We need to swap gems first of all. We need to change gem setups, right? Lily. I need purity of elements. Right now. I need purity of elements. I need arrogance support. There we go. And Frostblink, Precision, Blood Rage. Put these out of here. And Arrogance with Precision is gonna go here. Blood Rage is gonna go here. And then I need 1 blue. Excuse... Oh, there we go. And then I need 1 blue. No, I mean... I don't want to freaking use this helmet, man. Hold on. Okay, lightning resistance. And also I can craft additional resistance here. Or life, if I want to. You know what? Let's just do this res. Fire, lightning. So we're gonna do fire and cold. Obviously this one, not the other one. There we go. GG helmet, boys. Actually insane helmet. Okay, we're getting more res already. Could I replace this? Most definitely. So I need 1 blue. I need 1 blue. Lightning resistance, lightning damage to attacks. I don't have any more regals after campaign. Freaking hell, man. It's a 4-link though. But not having a regal is a disaster because okay, hold on, give me a second. Oh! Alright, I'm keeping that. I'm keeping that. Now I just need 1 regal to like, wow. You can't craft on magic items, right? Can't. Damn it. Retaliate helmet. We're going thorns, boys. Thorns today. Dude, what are my freaking items, man? What the heck is this? Alright, this one we're dropping, so we got some life. I would definitely have some more gold to gamble a little bit. Let's try to get a body armor that's gonna look human. That looks human. That's definitely a human-looking armor. First try. So there you have it. Four links still, but that's fine. The only problem is freaking lightning resistance. I need to craft cold in here. I need to craft some cold. It's gonna be 28, 21 rather. Alright, all of a sudden resistances look much better. And on top of that, I can craft additional cold on this bed. Oh, it's 3 suffixes. Really? How expensive gambling rings is? What? I got Warden's brand? Okay. Okay, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Uh, 40 life. We're gonna craft in here. And now I would need a little bit of dexterity. Okay, but we're res capped. Now I would need a little bit of dexterity. So, where is the respec? I have some respec points. I have 18? Wait, where would I get 18 from? I need a little bit of dexterity. That's super easy to get. We can just get 30 dexterity here. Boom, for now, that's fine. Helena. You're gonna get all of these items. This one, level 16, I don't need this. You know, technically, during the campaign, we found 2 divines, so I only got items from gambling. I didn't spend any additional currency. Any additional currency. So what I'm doing here is 100% legit. I didn't spend anything extra that I wouldn't have normally. So much rest that all of a sudden I wouldn't even need this amulet anymore. Could get something different, but I think it's fine. 3000 armor, life went up by like 400 or something. Alright, there we go. Okay, so there's only one more thing that we need. I need to buy like, I don't know, 1 weapon, literally. With some... do I have chromes? I have. Dude, can I get... That's a mistake. I need a mace. Mace is going to be easier. I'm literally just buying that because... Okay, there we go. I'm literally just buying that because I want sockets. There we go. And here we're getting smite. We're getting smite. We're getting multi-strike. Damn, I have so many alchemy orbs after campaign. Multi-strike, we're getting elemental damage with attacks. We're gaining fire penetration. I think they're all reds, right? I think they're gonna be all reds, pretty sure. And we're getting Ancestral Call, because that's probably what we would be still using. I freaking hate Ancestral Call, but what can you do, man? Like, I was thinking long and hard about this. I was thinking about actually not using Smite until we're gonna get gloves with +1. And then just getting this cluster over here, for example, for another +1. And there we go. Ancestral Call is such a shitty support, man. This support is freaking disgusting, dude. It really is. The fact that you get this as a enhancement on a freaking gloves, you also get +2, is a sacrilege. I'm sorry, but that's a misunderstanding, GG. That doesn't make any freaking sense whatsoever. Alright, there we go. So we have damage is, I do believe, higher. We are immune to ailments. We are Giga over Captain Res all of a sudden. So that's will be changed in the future, but for now it's fine. Alright, we're fine. Stats. I don't need more intelligence for now, that's okay. Okay, that's okay. Alright, we need to run maps, boys. The equipment is going to look like this right now. It is what it is. We need to run maps. Sorry that what I'm going to be doing might not make insane amount of sense, but this is mostly for me. I need to figure out when is going to be a good time to swap to Smite and to Brutus. This is like a simulation for me for the league start and for the video tomorrow, right? I need to know 100%. So I have 100% confidence that what I'm doing is going to feel good. So thinking about dropping Herald of Ash completely at this point. But generally, I do want to swap to Smite as quickly as possible. That's the plan. Generally, I do. Alright, +1 level. +1 endurance charge, gonna be fine. You can change the filter, I guess, at this point to something like strict. It's probably slightly better. We're gaining invaluable knowledge right now. That's surprising amount of... I mean, On this map, they're stealing charges, so I don't have my endurance charges because of that. But that's a surprising amount of damage. Oh, I would need a flask with immunity to corrupted blood, I guess, also. Okay, so we are sitting at level 5, level 9, level... Okay. So we're gonna need to run a couple maps. We're gonna need to run a couple maps. I forgot I can run whatever maps I want. Which is the best one of them all. Okay, let's do Shrine. I know we will make a video about it, but could you quickly show general pathing for this character? I can clip it for myself. I can only test run today, sadly. I can't do it right now because I need to go one step at a time. So I'm not respecting yet. I'm going to be doing that in a little bit once I'm going to level up my my gems here. So right now it's impossible, but I'm trying to do it as quickly as I can. It's for the campaign. Oh, for the campaign didn't I send you POB? Yeah, I sent you POB. Sent you POB before. I don't know what to do in mid-levels. What does mid-level mean? I'm gonna try to explain that. Dude, where is she? Well, what? Oh, okay, she died here. Fair enough. Like, what notes to go first after general start? So, throughout the campaign, if you don't want to check my run from yesterday on YouTube, you go like this. You start here, then you take this cluster over here, then you go this way. This you can completely skip if you get enough resistances throughout the campaign. Then you get the attack speed over here, go this cluster, go this way, this cluster, this way, take this, go down here, take this, go this way, get fortify, this life, and then get this, and then get this, and then get this, and then get this. You just basically go like this, as I explained. Yeah. Long story short. And why am I picking those items up even? Is my question. $2,000 veiled scarabs? What the heck? Anyway. Levels. I mean, I'm gonna level Smite until 15, and then I can, I think, experiment with the swap. I think. We're gonna do it. And of course, at this point, I would have some of the passives already here. let's do something like that. That's good for now. This is a pure simulation and nothing else. Damn, all of a sudden I started getting tier 3 maps. There you go. Not gonna lie, like, the moment I learned how broken Smite is, Static Strike is, I was thinking for a second about running Static Strike, but then I decided how easy it is to get to very high crit chance with Brutus. I'm like, that probably doesn't make much sense. But holy moly, the fact that you can snapshot Static Strike with Ambush and basically have 100% crit chance for free on this ability. This ability has a permanent diamond shrine. Like, what the hell, dude? What a disgusting ability. I'm surprised it didn't, like, you know, went under the radar for GG. I'm gonna lie. You know, there might be like an update to patch notes still or something. Who knows, but okay, tier 2. Ghosted. Holy smokes. Ghosted. Like, with this gear though, we feel really squishy, I will say. Getting a little bit more life would be a good thing. But that is like the lowest life I've ever had, by the way, after the campaign also. On a slammer. Never had less. Clipped if anyone else asks. Perfect. Any layouts in PoE like steps? I mean, not narrow labyrinth and open land. Oh, there's a lot of layouts like that. When it comes to layouts, PoE 2, PoE 1 is way better than PoE 2, generally speaking. Alright, tier 2, let's go. What is this? Purity of elements. I don't have enough more intelligence for now. So tier 2, look out! Lookout time. Sapphire ring. Oh, Regal. It's a huge freaking boost for me. Can craft something now in here. If I wanted to. Man, I'm dropping a lot of loot. Is it just my imagination? We're dropping a lot of currency. Alright, but long story short, like, just leveling like that with Sunder would have been totally fine. You know what else we could do? We could do the Seismic Cry on an auto exertion because we do have plenty of mana still. Oh, yeah, I would have loved that belt actually. At this point, we could have done auto exert seismic cry for like a massive AOE boost, and also perhaps use pulverize instead of fist of war. And those early levels, I think, would be pretty smooth. Okay, there we go. Okay, let me think quickly. This armor does have life. We don't need these 2 points for sure anymore. So all of a sudden I'm over capped on res. I mean, if I wanted to continue to go slams for now, I think I would just go here and like start taking life at this point. I think legitimately it would be just like take life, and that's about it. I could also path towards this cluster, get a jewel socket or something. But this seems about right. Path this way, get the... I mean, there's nothing good here for... These notes are insane if you're playing Brutus, but not great for this guy. Just go here. We got Magi Nords, which, surprise, surprise, I am going to use. It's quite nice. We have minus 60 chaos res. That's scary. Okay, tier 3. That's, I think, better for sure. Yeah. Wait, how much? Oh, okay, 300 gold. That was like a 3,000 or something. Damn it. Killed me towards the end. Soul Eater. The map with more life and monster damage as well. What do you swap to Brutus? This is exactly what we're going to be figuring out right now. During this session and later on also, we are going to be POBing. POBing the potential changes and another character. There is one character like for later. I really wanted to like see how it's gonna, you know, function. Do some changes to my Inquisitor. I mean, the damage is not bad for how insanely bad my weapon is. actually not bad damage. So many maps. Damn it, man. So many. Okay, there we go. My inventory is gonna look like that, but it is what it is. There's nothing I can do with it. So Inquisitor will be better than Jugg or preference? Oh, no. Inquisitor as a late game build, not the league starter. No. My Inquisitor for, like, you know, for later on for clearing Valdos and stuff like that, like a super late game project. Not necessarily on league start. No. Mirror pools, that's one of my most hated maps of all time. This one is much better. But early on progression, you can totally just play with slams until you're gonna get a little bit of currency, literally for Crown of Ice. Because Brutus at this point, like, I don't know, 5 hours in, I would assume that it's gonna be 2 chaos. At least it's like that every league. Crown of Ice at this point might be more expensive. Crown of Ice might be like 10 to 15 to 20 chaos, maybe even. And then it's gonna drop instantly, right? But first hours, it might be a little bit on the pricey side in comparison. What do they pick up that for? But I feel like in Diablo 2 I have freaking inventory full of thousands. You get Crown of Ice right at Brutus, right? Yes, also my recommendation is, depending on how quickly you get Brutus, if you get Brutus like literally in Act 3 or Act 4 in the campaign, which is not impossible to do, then you could totally just use it immediately. But damn, the damage is nice. But if you get Brutus like much later, at this point I would recommend probably just like waiting to get Brutus and Crown of Ice at the same time. It's my recommendation. Intelligence, maximum energy shield, a little bit of life. Is that better than this? I think so. Still overcapped on the rest, so yeah, it is better. Also can craft something in here. I could even craft strength or something. There we go. I think that's a little bit better. Alright, let's jump into tier 6. Now, I take it back, boys. As long as you have a strong build, I'm not saying that what we have here right now is super strong, but as long as you have a strong build, going from tier 1 maps to like tier 15s and doing first stones is just a matter of... It's fast. It's way faster than I thought, I'll be honest with you. Okay, I'm getting poisoned, I think, on this map, big time. Poison is going to hurt because we're sitting at solid. Very solid minus 60 chaos resistance right now. So that's that. Tier 8 maps already. Bro, we literally started 30 minutes ago. We're getting tier 8 maps already? That sounds kind of fast. Sounds kind of fast, not gonna lie. It's normal at this point to have minus 60? Yeah, of course. Of course, but we are going to be getting hit pretty hard. Alright, let's jump right into tier 8, boys. Let's see how it's gonna go. Tier 8. Fields. On the other side, we have what? Primordial Pool. No, so be it. Thoughts on starting Static Strike instead of Slams? Static Strike is totally a fine option too, if you want to. You could actually like do one run maybe of Static Strike. What's busted about this is the tech with Ambush, right? You just like basically get a guaranteed crit on it. Just not gonna lie, that is not balanced. Holy smoke, is this bleed. I need to get a Pantheon for bleed. Like, super important. We have Atlas nodes on, by the way. Just like 15 or something. Just literally got this and got this. Pantheon. Okay, there we go. Getting this one. I even had upgrades, what the heck. Standard. Okay, tell you what, boys. There is no freaking way in the universe that in tier 8 maps we would have a 360 DPS two-handed weapon. There's no freaking way at this point. Let's be freaking honest, man. There's no way. But maybe at this point, if you wanted to keep on playing this, you could, or at this point you could definitely start thinking about swapping to Brutus. And I think we're just going to, in a second, do a Brutus swap, and we'll see how it's gonna feel and go. How about that? I think this is a good time. We don't even need to technically swap to Smite. We could be using Brutus with Sunder, and that's the first thing I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna keep Sunder for now. Flask charges. I'm gonna keep on using Sunder for now. There we go. Bro, like going from tier 1s to tier 16s, as long as you have DPS, it's like freaking 1 hour. What the hell? It's like way faster than I thought. Alright, so I need to drop some of that garbage though. Do we have like one empty tab here or something? Like one that is like empty? I mean, tab number 4 is kind of empty. I can put the gear from this character here and my orbs and stuff. At least some of them. Oh yeah, that's so much better. Alright, so at this point, we want to buy gear, right? That will be extremely, extremely cheap. So, select option, standard, Brutus. Watch this be freaking 8 chaos, there we go. Last month. 8 chaos, 18%. This is what I would buy on the league start for 1 to 2 chaos, basically. So let's just get this one. Then we're gonna get Alberon's Warpath. Alberon's Warpath. Strength. Like 18% strength. Sure, that's fine. All white sockets, let's go. Yeah, all white sockets, next league. You know what? I'm just going to freaking simulate the next league, and the fact that we will be able to get white sockets everywhere. I just freaking screw that, man. Actually, just screw this. Alright, this thing gone. This thing, we're gonna craft lightning resistance or strength. Alright, how much lightning res do I have? $65. Damn it. All suffixes here. Could change this from this to fire lightning. That would solve the problem. Fire. Fire lightning. There we go. And now we just need slightly different colors. Something tells me it's just not gonna freaking happen. Damn it, dude! I needed 2 green and 1 red. No, that's just not real. Bro, that's not freaking real. Please, 2 greens. There we go, I got 3 this time. Clear skin, I guess. Beard of elements. Alright, so we do have resistances. We do have everything that we need. Icarn, what do you think is more comfy for league start till red maps? Your chieftain early Brutus or they're on the traditional slam still maps? Your chieftain early Brutus or run first with traditional slams till maps? I mean, you can play with Brutus and still do slams, right? You don't need to switch to Smite, which I'm by the way testing right now, basically. This is something I'm basically testing right now. I have Jewel Orbs. Okay, so previously we had 35,000 DPS. Now we need to do a big respec, like a big respec. This from experience, I can tell you that we would have enough gold to do basically all of this, so that's good. This I can maybe skip for now. I don't know. Not necessarily. Okay. Okay. Now we'll get this probably. Probably go for this straight up soon. There we go. There we go. We need a shield. Any shield, really. Anything that's gonna give us... Gamble for items. Anything that's gonna give us literally anything useful. Some resistances. Armor, a little bit of life. Open suffix. No open suffixes. Also no open suffix. You know what? I'm just gonna get this for now. There we go. And Crown of Ice, right? Crown of Ice. Ruthless, Sunder, melee physical damage. Obviously, that's completely useless. We would put like Wed in here. Most likely would be the best. Probably Wed. Okay, there we go. Melee physical damage is... I'm gonna keep this for now. I'm gonna keep this for now, I guess. Bada beam. Here we can craft some strength. I missed incredibly important passive points, so we're gonna fix that issue in a second. I missed something really important. There we go. Okay, 20k already. Passive Sneer, Unwavering Stance. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Iron Will. And then we're gonna get Crown of Ice. But getting Crown of Ice is gonna bring another problem. Small one. We will need to get some intelligence. Also, do I have a link socket here? Yeah, crap. Which is not gonna be a problem next league, but right now it is. Because we need more greens. I can put Blood Rage here, so that I guess makes it a little bit... Okay, it's fine. Alright, so... Also, we have Crown of Ice with some white sockets, I guess. So that's useful. Lineage 2 music, by the way, that's correct. One of the best soundtracks of all time. I don't care what you say, that's true. Oh, and also, okay, we still have 4 passives, actually, to take. I missed even more. Okay, 159, perfection. The only problem is that I'm probably going to be missing res now. We just need a tiny bit of lightning and tiny bit of fire. Tiny bit. Which means that I guess I will drop that strength and get fire lightning here. Okay, and there we go. Okay, there we go. 650 strength. Let's run tier 8. So that's the basic swap. One more passive still. Okay, we definitely want these nodes over there. Nostalgia played it for 15 plus years. Oh man, this was my... Lineage 2 was my jam. Just gonna put it this way. I definitely think that Fist of War is a bad support to use at this point, for sure. So I'm just gonna replace it. Put these supports, melee fist, put it here, and get fire penetration instead. Get this thing here. There we go. And immediately after the swap, we're doing like okay amounts of damage. Boss is kind of ZDPS for like a tier 8 map. There is possibility that sticking to two-hander at that point with this amount of strength would still be a little bit better. It's possible. But this is on the 4 link still. But yeah, let's do tier 9. Could I just do this strand as a tier 9 also? So I would be just freaking running strands all the time. I'm not gonna lie, there's no need to be running like different maps. So let me think if I'm missing something. If I forgot about something. If there's possibility that I did. No precision. So already with capped res, endurance charges, and 4.3k life, it definitely feels much tankier. But the DPS on with Brutus right now is not great. It's on the 4 link though, but it's not amazing. Jugg Smite, we can probably buy at least a 5 link after Axe No because the color rework. Oh, definitely. Definitely, but the tooltip, something. Hold up a second. This tooltip does not feel right for some reason. Tooltip for some reason does not feel right. Let me think. And also let me compare this to the POB I had. This is saved. Then 3.28, 20 chaos budget. Alright, let's click this. Here I had 550,000 Shaper DPS, standard boss DPS on a 20 chaos budget. And this was with Brutus, Rise of the Phoenix, Crown of Ice, like some basic. That's already 1.1k strength though. Still like some basic gear, but that's already 1.1k strength. It's a decent amount. It's mostly because of this, probably, right? This one doesn't. This one adds a lot, but not that much, actually. So your video yesterday, and I attempted to start your build. Should be a good decision, my friend. And this is also level 82. This is level 70. Okay, makes much more sense. I didn't even go this way. I just went this way. How much accuracy do I have right now? 6k. So we're already gaining 40% attack speed from undeniable. Well, 46 technically because the smaller is, I think, yeah, it's 5%. So 45% attack speed from undeniable already. The thing is that strength is really, really low, right? Because I have strength on, well, nowhere, basically. So I think, like, legitimately for super early, like super duper early, I think that sticking to, like, two-hander might have been better. And then just switching a little bit later once you have, I don't know, at least, like, 10 essences of rage, so you can like slap anything on your items, right, to give yourself some strength. But let's keep on testing. First of all, a 5 link body armor would have been nice. You know what, I'm gonna freaking 5 link myself. Just add quality first. 5 link myself. I'm not saying that this is something we would necessarily, it would happen like, you know, on a league start. I'm doing that, well, on my league start it would happen because last campaign run we found 2 divines. But, I am trying to simulate what we need and when do we need to swap to other skills, right? That's the only thing that I just need to know. And 5 links early on are obviously dirt cheap, so also, so at this point we could afford that. Bro, I'm just gonna freaking 5-link here. Whatever. 5 links. And what we would be able to do here, probably I would need to get resistance. No, actually resistance is fine. I can just craft strength straight up. I'm using a Ruthless here. I mean, Ruthless is okay. Fist of War, Smite, Multi-Strike. Multi-Strike this early doesn't make any freaking sense, by the way. Doesn't make any sense this early. I'm a Nasus OTP, so I have to start your build. Spoon campaign run. Yeah, I didn't like buy anything that will be even remotely close to a divine. So it's just this is for pure simulation. Trying to figure out what I'm going to need to swap to Brutus to make it feel good. And at this point, another red support that will be good in here. I guess I could just run Inspiration at that point. Let me see. This was already with Smite. I had critical damage that early? Wow. Really? So Ruthless, critical strikes, Inspiration, as I thought, shows up in here. Elemental Focus honestly would be also great this early. I'm just gonna do Inspiration. Inspiration. Alright, and let's run. Let's run this tier 10. 39 monster life tier 10. It's a lot. Also, something really good to use would be using a curse. Curse would be certainly a good thing to have. I will say though, guys, I don't like Brutus with Sunder that much. You know why? Because Sunder does get decent amount of area from the two-handed nodes. So it clears better. It's more suited for it also, because two-handers are slower, generally speaking. So I think that early on, I might actually freaking continue on playing with two-hander, not gonna lie. I'm gonna swap to two-hander in a little bit and see how it's gonna compare, right? But I think this is what I might do early on, not gonna lie. Okay, these meteors from the shrine carried my damage here. carried big time. When you plan swapping to Smite, I'm going to test it right now, literally. We're going to test it right now. I mean, we were like, you know, literally like an hour into the campaign. After, excuse me, hour into maps, and that was like tier 10, and I can't say it's not working because it is, but the damage is kind of low. I'm really thinking about just keeping keeping it to. Okay, smite level 16, multi-strike probably. Ancestral Call is mandatory, Fire Pen, and Wed. This is what we would use, most likely. A tooltip on smite is a tooltip on smite is pretty much the same, but smite hits twice. So let's go ahead and run another tier 9, let's just say. This one with resistances. Okay, it's fine. 30 res on top of that. Obviously, Vol Smite would have been so much freaking better. Also with poison, and poison is gonna kill me incredibly quickly. We have 0 chaos res. I mean, what do you guys think? Like, that's like an hour into the maps. This is tier 9. Kinda ZTPS, no? A Vol Smite would have helped a lot, not gonna lie. The thing is that the damage at this point would start raising very, very quickly. That's the thing. Like every hour, this would be like up by, I don't know, 30% probably. Just need to start getting some strength on the gear and stuff like that. And I need to use the curse too. Curse would be mandatory. I want to level up a little bit. The experience actually, we're not leveling very quickly, but I want to level up a little bit because there is a chance that with this cluster over here, it would have been like much faster, so like around level 80 or something. Perhaps this would be a good time to swap. Also, I'm going to use the curse. I'm going to get Ellie weakness. Or flammability, actually. Does the build feel squishy a bit? No. I'm minus 60 chaos resistance. That's what was killing me in this on this map. Poison. No, the build is going to be very tanky, actually. The build is going to be tankier than 95% of your league starters, I would say. Alright, hold on a second. Okay, let's get this tier 9. Flammability. I trust you in building Smite, to be honest, just so you almost get one shot. I just explained. I just explained, my friend. This was poison on this map. We're sitting at minus 50 chaos resistance. Poison, with porcupines, if you're sitting at minus 50 chaos resistance, kills you very quickly. And this is basically an hour into the maps. On tier 9, tier 10 maps, so... I mean, it's already okay-ish. The lower DPS, it makes up with fast movement. Then it would be nice to have Ball Smite right now. You try to play spells here in Path of Exile? Yes. I had a few spellcasters before, but I mostly stick to melee. Like 95% of the time. My flammability though, isn't there a better curse? Basically doing pure fire damage, so flammability sounds fine. But I would need to see the numbers in POV, but perhaps Assassin's Mark would be better at this point already, I'm not sure. It's hard to say. Okay, with 30% resistance and ghosted. It's gonna take a second. Wait, they had endurance charges too? Alright. Can you dual wield Brutus? You can, but that makes absolutely no sense. Okay, let me think a second. Let me think. So going over here generally would be a huge, gigantic freaking damage boost. Right. I mean, getting this cluster and not using Ancestral Call. The problem is freaking Ancestral Call. That's a 1/1 support. I legitimately think that until you're gonna get +1 gloves, rare gloves, like Sunder might be the play. Until you're gonna get like few of these Icars to get the +1 on gloves. Then you get this cluster over here for another +1, and then you have a gigantic boost. You don't have to worry about Ancestral Call and the damage penalty. And this is probably when you would want to swap, because the damage on this is going to be a little bit low. It's going to be a little bit low. I think might be bigger on Sunder just because of Ancestral Call. You don't need to worry about that support. So I kind of want to swap back and see. We're just going to swap real fast, boys, and we're going to see. I did have a two-handed weapon somewhere here that I... There we go. This is actually a weapon from my campaign, but from the other character. We got really lucky. But something like that would be totally achievable in freaking tier 10 maps at this point. We could totally get something similar. So let's go ahead and do that. Swap back. For comparison. Intimidating Cry here. Boom. This one's gone. Then the Brutus and the shield. I can... Oh. The Brutus and the shield we're just gonna put in here. Boom. There we go. And we need to... Oh, crap. I didn't respec all of these points. They're completely useless. Damn it. Oh. I didn't respec these. We wasted a lot of power here also. Crap. Well. Too late. Too late, I guess. $27 int, huh? I don't know if I need that, actually. A Lust for Carnage. A little bit more dexterity, huh? Okay, there we go. Something like that. Oh, one more passive point. Needed. Drops my life a lot. Obviously. Having to do all of these points kind of sucks. Maybe I can get intelligence somewhere else. Pretty sure I can. Just by replacing this. Can get all attributes here. Yeah, let's just do this. Dude, I rolled the lowest possible one 6 times in a row. 7, 8. 8 times in a row I rolled. What? What is the chance for that? What is the chance of that happening, man? Alright, a little bit more int. We're gonna get int easily. Oh, right, but I don't need Crown of Ice now with this. Oh, crap, I forgot. I don't need this anymore. That's crazy unlucky. What is the chance, man? I don't need Crown of... I don't need all this freaking intelligence, dude. I forgot. This can stay, but this I don't need. So we would need like any helmet, really. That's gonna be looking like human. Some life, some strength, some accuracy. Open suffix. Honestly, will do. Oh, my resistance has dropped all of a sudden. No. Okay, so dexterity we still need. But I can get dexterity by just getting this. Right? So I can get resistances here. Like, for example, something like that. Okay, I could get resistances here. Lightning and cold. Okay, there we go. So now we're capped. And I just need one blue socket. Oh, crap. There we go. Crown of Ice goes back in here. Boom. These helmets say bye-bye. Boom. And now we need to swap the gem setup again. I'm not gonna be using Smite with this, right? I'm not gonna be freaking using Smite with this. Gem setup. Ruthless. Sunder. Fist of War. Melee Fizz, yes. And, Pulverize. Pulverize is what I need. Ancestral Call I can put in here, whatever. Pulverize is what I need. It's gonna be only level 1, but... Pulverize. And also another thing I could use is Vulnerability Curse. Which I should have started using a long time ago, by the way. Alright, there we go. Oh, and 8 passive points still. Still 8 passive points. So we're gonna finish this. We're gonna get... Effect of Onslaught, let's just say. I have life on my body armor, I do. This thing over here. Missing some life notes or something like that? I don't think so. Methinks we're good. For the most part. Rest we're capped. Just get these life notes, whatever. Alright. We're ready, boys. We are ready. Okay, for now that's miles better. For now, that miles better. We would need to wait with Smite until we can have +1 on the gloves, so that we don't have to use Ancestral Call. And then we can swap around. But at this point, this is miles better. Let's progress towards tier 11s, like red maps. Okay, let's do this tier 10 first. That is miles better. Damn it, I didn't take these notes. They are actually pretty important. Maybe until we can get the mace wheel. It's also possible. I just need to progress. I'm going to swap back and do some small improvements at about level 80. And then it's going to be another test at level 80. Okay, enough of this delirium. Yeah, for a weapon like this actually does a lot of damage, man. Actually. For like a tier 10 map, like, you know, hour into the progression, that's decent amount of damage. Okay, let's do a tier 11. Let's start progressing further, shall we? Let's keep on progression going. Let's go red, boys. This one is gonna be... This is a very dangerous map, by the way. I'm not even going to do this delirium. The benefit of Brutus is that you're much tankier. You have like legitimately straight up 1k more life, right? And you have block. But that's about it. You don't get a lot of percent damage with Brutus. Meanwhile, you know, with two-handed axe, pretty much everything you invest into is percent damage on the tree. So this one just does more. Okay, this map was rough, but we did it. Do some more map progression at this point. I would have Atlas points for sure. So I can just go over here. Get this. There we go. Okay, but tier 11s at that point we can do. Even as a crazy tier 11 as, you know, the previous map was. Tier 13, very nice. I'll be honest with you, I'm going to straight up jump into tier 13, I guess. This tier 13 this is gonna be with vulnerability, more life. Okay. Tier 14. I mean, we are under leveled as hell, right? We're level 73. What do people? What level do people run? What level do people get first void stones? Let's just say first two. Usually. What is usually the level that they get that? I don't even need this passive point. Okay, tier 14. How much time we're into maps so far? Like about an hour, a little bit more than an hour, huh? So this is still extremely early. Tier 15. It's good that we have tankiness from Jugg, right? We have endurance shards, stuff like that. Would be obviously so much more tanky if we had the Immortal Coal set up already. You can get that set up very early. Because with Immortal Coal, we'll be basically immune to physical damage for, I don't know, 70% of the time, 70% uptime, plus additional elemental damage reduction. So that'd be really, really nice to have. Double strength. Samuel is kind of nice, I can keep it. Keep it here. Alright, we got tier 15. I won't be able to just, nah, I can't just like do the quest. Yeah, because this is standard. I most definitely cannot. Let's do Eater of Worlds here. I wonder if I could do Eater with this. I mean, probably not. How much DPS does this weapon have? It's like what? 550 maybe? Oh, these breaches spawn so many more monsters compared to PoE 2. Actually, a good thing to do is so much XP. We're still like extremely low level, but nope, nope. Acceleration shrine. Is there a way to improve clear speed in final build? I mean, clear speed on the final build is going to be already very, very high. We're moving lightning fast. Plus, very good clear from Smite of Divine Judgment, so... is it, like, not good enough for you? This clear is lightning fast. Like, 9 out of 10 clear. Okay, we get Screaming Invitation. This is gonna be one of the fastest clear builds. Like, legitimately. Originator tier 16? What? There's that. Alright, these low tier maps we don't need anymore. I can just like drop them here. There we go. That's this stuff. Let's put over here. We're gonna start farming and testing on tier 16s, I guess. And now we have Screaming Invitation, which I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure if I could do at this point because this is not a quest version. This is not a quest version, boys. Well, let's run tier 16 and see how it's gonna go. Crit. Some whatever stuff. Some crits, some whatever. Out of curiosity, how would Smite feel right now? But the thing is I can't do Smite because Smite converts freaking damage to lightning. So that messes up everything. I cannot do Smite right now. That's the problem, boys. That is not really an option. Unless I can't. Nah, it's either Sunder or I can't other physical skill or that's it, pretty much. Like Smite is not gonna happen. Smite needs to go with Brutus. Smite is not gonna happen like just like that. It's like there's no good support for that after this. Doing lightning and physical. Ancient Orb. We're rich. No, but I mean, we can already clear tier 16s. We can already clear tier 16s. So there's that. One thing crossed my mind though, I'll be honest with you. Wouldn't it be better until you switch to Brutus to just like play Berserk, basically slams, and then just respec? It's not a big deal to respec. But on tier 16s with this weapon, our damage is not particularly high. So, at this point. Sure. Though my weapon is far from being good too, but Berserk Lightning Strike would be great. I was just more wondering if there is an option to swap in Herald of Ash or anything in this sort of for explosions. In the final build? No, but have you seen like how Smite clears? Hold on, I'm gonna try to, maybe I have a character that's still functional with Smite. I'm gonna show you how this clears. If I have a character like that. Carnarius Turbo. What the heck is that? Oh, that's perfect. I think that's gonna be fine. Elemental damage with attacks, inspiration, elemental lightning strike. This freaking lightning strike. Oh no. I was hoping that this is a Smite build. But I mean, I can change it though. I think. Multi-strike, fire penetration. Static strike with void shockwave. Yeah, static strike. The thing with static strike is that I didn't know that the ambush snapshots. So static strike has basically guaranteed 100% crit. I mean, that's freaking busted, man. That's busted as hell. That being said, okay, let's give it a try. This is a Juggernaut. How much accuracy do I have on this guy? 7k. Well, it's not great, but I'm going to try to showcase, if I can, Smite. I'm gonna try to showcase, if I can, Smite of Divine Judgment, Vol Smite of Divine Judgment. There we go. I'm gonna try to showcase, if I can, how this is gonna look like, my friends. So this one we need bada beam, bada boom, at least one blue. There we go. There we go. This wouldn't be like, you know, the final build, but I'm going to give you like a glimpse. I'm going to give you a glimpse of how this would look like. You know what I mean? Maps. I'm going to give you the glimpse of how fast this is. Man, I don't even have abilities set up here. So it's probably going to be, but that's going to be with pretty, that should be the speed at which we're going to leap slamming. I think day 1 still. This is going to be the speed at which we're going to be clearing. That's gonna be day 1, I think. So I only have how much accuracy here? I only have 7,000. I didn't put 7k in this version. I didn't put any accuracy in this version, I guess. But that's Juggernaut, so that's weird. But yeah, I didn't. Turns out. But yeah, it's gonna look something like this, right? We're gonna be clearing with at this speed, with Smite of Divine Judgment. So the attack speed is gonna be super fast, and the clear also is going to be very fast. Oh wow, this is an old character. Precision has 75% respiration efficiency. Are you serious? That was pretty good, by the way. Yeah, that's more or less how it's gonna look like. Now, Static Strike. Where's this other character? Static Strike I mean, I'll be honest. Static Strike does freaking sound broken as hell because of the snapshot. You know, the crit and stuff like that. But I don't know if we can do Static Strike on something like... Static Strike converts damage to lightning by default, doesn't it? Let me see. Static Strike. There we go. It converts 50 to lightning. Oh. Would static really work incredibly well? Melee physical damage. I mean, all of this is gonna get converted to lightning too, but... Dude, I didn't have precision again on. Damn it. I would need to level it. I mean, level it up. Might have like level 20 static strike here. I probably do. Static strike. But we would need to reshape the build again, right? We would need to reshape this a little bit and actually use ambush. Probably invest into a little bit of bad news. I actually don't have a single static strike in here on standard, which is freaking hard to believe, but I don't. I mean, it's not a problem. I could buy, right? I could just buy. I think Sunder is fine, though. I think that Sunder is totally fine, and it will get us through the campaign, and it will get us through, you know, to the first 2 Void Stones, and I think it's gonna be fine. It's just, there's only one small problem. Juggernaut doesn't really work that well with slams. Juggernaut is great for the campaign because the first 2 nodes on the in Act 3 that you get is undeniable. Then your accuracy capped forever, and then you get very nice attack speed boost. But this scales to like from mid to late game really hard. It doesn't really scale well with slams because slams are all about like hitting once and hitting hard, right? With Warcries and stuff like that. So at the end of the day, this would work, but like getting Berserker or something like that and then swapping back to Juggernaut would probably make more sense if we actually wanted to play with slams for example, the entirety of day 1. Now, that being said, I am going to try to switch back and see how this is gonna look like with Smite, like right off the bat, immediately, right? So, also, I guess I could, if I really wanted to, I could try to do Smite like now. I guess I could, dude. I guess I could. Let's crap. Let's swap Smite for this. Ruthless, freaking Ruthless with Smite. First of all, this is completely useless, right? Melee physical damage support is still fine. Pulverize doesn't make any sense for one simple reason. Pulverize gives you more melee area damage that doesn't work on the second part of Smite. So that's... So I plan to start Berserker, exactly. Multi-strike, yes. And elemental damage with attacks we cannot do. Inspiration we also cannot do. So the last support would legitimately need to be like Fist to Lightning. Or something. It's a blue support? It is. Damn, this gotta be a support that's not freaking ass. Ruthless is... Even the Ruthless is not good at this point. It's really not with this. Even the Ruthless doesn't make sense. Because the AoE doesn't count, the Ruthless doesn't make any freaking sense. I need to legitimately do Fist to Lightning and then I could do Wed because we're doing pure lightning damage. Something like that. Alright, let's give it a try. Fist to Lightning. Let's give it a try. I'm curious how this is gonna work. It's only level 1 though. Maybe I have Fist to Lightning here, hold on. Fist to Lightning. Maybe I have it over here. And there's also freaking Holy Hammers, you know? Okay, you were right, what's the endgame weapon? Is there a better option than the Paradoxica? Also, do you have an extremely endgame POB? Extremely endgame? Apart from the replica Alberons, this is, you know, the most endgame that I have. I didn't try to push further for now. It's like usually at that time I swap to my Giga late game build. So okay, we do have Fist to Lightning 2020. That's good. So we don't need this one. And Wed. Okay, we're fine. I mean, screw it, let's give it a try. I kind of want to see. Because Juggernaut makes so much more sense with strikes. He doesn't make that much sense with slams. So I kind of want to see how this is gonna work out. Because we could use, with a two-hander, we could use Smite if we wanted to. It's not impossible. Oh crap, I had it. Okay, there we go. Okay, Fist to Lightning. Multi-strike. Melee Fizz. Smite. The Melee Fizz is also not the best freaking support for that, but you know what? It's okay. It's actually 85k smite damage, it says. And then here we're gonna put this Ruthless, Sunder back in here, Fire Pen, Inspiration, and this and that. It's fine. Let's put Fist of War here. I don't know. There we go. And we don't need vulnerability now. You know what? I'm just gonna get Elemental Weakness. Elemental Weakness, and this is gonna be for everything. Instead of having flammability here and vulnerability here, just freaking do Elemental Weakness legitimately. Okay, there we go. Let's test now. We have a nice tier 16 map with 50% and no leech. 50% monster life. That's a bad test. That's a really bad test right there. Give me something a little bit more normal. No, that's too freaking slow, man. It's because of melee damage, right? That probably is because of melee damage. That's too freaking slow, bro. That's not gonna do. Bro, that's not gonna do. Forget about it. Ain't happening. Ain't happening at all, by the way. Give me some more crumbs. Sunder. Pulverize. Ruthless. Melee. Fist of War. That's not happening, dude. Like, not even close. Damn it, this elemental weakness now is freaking trash. I need vulnerability again. I don't know why Sunder feels so much better at that point. Because Smite, generally speaking, quickly outscales. Especially, well, when it comes to clear, but also when it comes to numbers. Okay, this Soul Eater I'm just gonna pass. This guy, perhaps. I'm not sure why is that. Slams OP. Just wonder if there is a way to push the build further. Would it be original sin? What builds could I break off to Juggernaut for Uber endgame? Sorry for too many questions. Well, there's one way. I think you would need to swap back to original Brutus from Replica Alberons and put a ring that gives you up to 200% fire penetration and scale fire resistance. Depending on how much fire resistance you have, it lowers your maximum fire res by a lot. But it gives you insane amount of pen, and go from there with cluster jewels with giga strength stacking. That's probably how you would push like giga far, right? I mean, you can try to experiment and work on a version like this on stream today. You can give it a try. Okay, I don't have more flask charges. Not gonna lie, I was thinking about trying to do at least, the X-Arch. Just seeing if with this amount of damage we will be capable of doing that. Another tester, have a look at Aloha's static strike guide. No, I've seen it before. I've seen it. I'd like to know when is the optimal time to swap to Brutus Smite. This is what we are working on right now. Exactly what we're working on. Alright, how negative my damage is going to be against this guy? Let's find out. How negative my damage would be. Something tells me that the answer is very negative. Nah, the damage is like, it's borderline. But, okay, admittedly, anyone knows how much harder this version is compared to the... I'm not gonna do that. How much more HP this version is compared to the quest version? Because that does make a difference. But I wouldn't even do this with this amount of damage, I don't think. At the very least, it would take a long time. Very long time. Portals are disabled. Right, I don't want to fight anymore. I have no mana. Okay, kill me. Okay, so like an hour in, we wouldn't have enough damage to kill this guy. That's good to know. With slams, at least. With slams, we wouldn't. Alright, let's keep on experimenting and see what we could do to make the other version better. Right? So, let's swap to Brutus completely. A full swap to Brutus. What level am I? 75. I freaking wish I had like one more level at least. Let's run one more map. It's one more, boys. Reflect elemental damage. We do any elemental damage? We do. I mean, just a little bit. Am I going to die from 2,000? Let me count. I think we're gonna be fine. Famous last words. I think we're gonna be fine, right? We gotta be fine. It's 18%. I have res also. Well, should be fine. If we're not gonna kill too many monsters at once, we should be fine. Let's do a full swap to Brutus and let's see what do we need to make it feel good in tier 16s. I have my predictions. I'm gonna tell you right now. I do have my predictions. What we need. Damn it. That's my freaking experience. And the reflect. I had to pay toll for that. Thank Lord that the reflect is gone, by the way. Alright, dude. No freaking comment. Alright, let's run a different map before I'm gonna freaking slam my desk. Let's run a different one, boys, shall we? I'm gonna kill myself from a reflect few more times and I'm gonna be upset. Okay, 76. That maybe is going to be enough. I'm gonna give it a try. Swap to Brutus now, like a full swap. Do a full swap and let's see. See what the result is gonna be. Also with Brutus we can use Flesh and Stone, which is nice. So I have Mana Leech with Brutus, so that's a bonus. Okie dokie. Alright. Respec. This stays, this stays. This one is gone. And the beginning has to be different. The beginning is these nodes instead of these, because they don't give me anything. Alright, there we go. And we go like this. We take this. We are going to take this time. We're getting +1 strike. Boom. Bada beam, bada boom. We're getting these points. Damn it. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Damn it. Never mind. We have strength. We're fine. Forgot to respec later. Previously. Alright. And, we still don't have any strength on our equipment, basically. But it's fine. Boom, boom, bam. We're gonna need a little bit of intelligence as a bonus. Wait, I had a nice amulet. Oh, there it is. I'm not going to need that much resistance because I have a lot of from shield. Therefore, we can actually get decent amount of stats here. Perfect. And on this amulet, additionally, how much dexterity am I missing? 3. Oh, that's so good. Not that we're missing, but or blessed orbs, or these little shitters. It's been a while since I've used that. Okay, there we go. There we go, that's perfect. We can craft something in here too. Just going to be not a suffix, I'll tell you that much. Can do fire damage to attacks. It's actually not bad. And we're gonna put this guy over here. Gonna put these two guys over here. Ancestral Call. Over here. And elemental weakness here. Arrogance with precision here. Intimidating cry, we're not even going to use, but that's fine. Here we're going to be using elemental weakness. Here we have nothing. Actually, I take it back. I like the elemental weakness here instead. The axe is going to stay here. We might need it back in the future, This item also. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Now let's try tier 14 first. Besides, I don't have like a regular tier 16 right now. I mean, I have like 500 of them, but I guess I take it back. We have tier 16s. I take it back. It's standard. I forgot. There we go. Obviously, we're missing still stuff. Sunder. And as I mentioned before, we are going to use Eldritch Icarus to get +1 Vol Strike skills. The +1 to strike skills. Vol Strike skills. And I think getting that plus the Mastery is going to be a point where you want to swap to Smite. There we go. Wasn't too bad. Multi-strike, Smite, Fire Pen, Inspiration, Wed. Multi-strike, Inspiration, Fire Penetration, Wed. Sounds about right. Sounds about right to me. These guys will go over here. One more thing. Vol Smite on this skill makes such a gigantic difference. So if I had Vol Smite, that would have been beautiful. And I'm sure I have. Okay, that's a regular Vol Smite. The fact that it has quality and it's level 20, whatever, man. That's not a big difference. You would have level... It's already level 17. It would be like 18 in 10 minutes. 5 minutes or something. So I'm just gonna keep this Smite over here. Let's keep leveling it up. It's fine. Okay, there we go. Aura setup. Vol Smite here. Boom. Smite without moving. LA weakness. Stats are good. 1715 strength. The tooltip is 50k this time. That's much better. Hold on. Did I get Iron Will? I did. I mean, at this point, it's playable. On tier 16 maps with Vol Smite, it's definitely playable at this point. Vol Smite is making all the difference. I'm not going to lie about that for too long. This Vol Smite is just like one clear, one button, the entire freaking screen is dead, right? Basically. Gotta be careful about these guys though, because they have frenzy charges plus 103 extra cold. Yeah, tell you what, if we got this cluster and we got Diamond Flask, I think that damage would be very tolerable at this point. With this cluster over here and Diamond Flask and Assassin's Mark linked to Mark on Hit, we would have about 50% crit chance. And about, I don't know, 250 crit multi. 400 with... this would get to the point where the damage will be good enough, I think. So it's very close, actually. It's very, very, very close. Like, we're very close. Of course, this is with gear with 0 strength, like, literally, right? I don't know if this is enough for X-Arch either. It's not. It's not. We would need to get this cluster and crit. I think at that point it would be enough. Which we're going to continue on testing, by the way. We're going to continue in testing that. So... I'm going to get Assassin's Mark. Great thing about Assassin's Mark is that it actually gives you permanent power charges against bosses. Because with 10% quality, it's gonna have like 8% chance to grant you a power charge on hit. And Smite hits twice. So this is gonna be really good next patch, actually. Really, really good. Mark on hit. So that and this cluster over here, that should be enough. I think. Okay, so here I have this Smite, Ancestral Call, and Frostblink. Frostblink can go here. Assassin's Mark with this gonna go here. Ancestral Call's gone. I can drop it, to be honest. No need it anymore. Strength makes all the difference, right? If we had like strength on our pieces of gear, which we have 0, 0, 0, and here a little bit, and 0, then we would jump up to like 1,000, and the difference from 700 to 1,000 would be probably 70% more damage, like right off the bat. And with this cluster over here, that's like, I don't know, 2.5 times more damage. With a Diamond Flask, these few things would be 3 times more damage. And at this point, even bosses in tier 16s would start dying pretty quickly. So, this is just some basic gear, right? This is still some basic gear at the end of the day. Okay, let's do tier 16. Oh, crap. I thought for some reason I'm gonna survive that. Wait until we drop 10 chromatics max all the way to tier 16. It's just one freaking blue. How hard can this be? It's gonna be one blue. This is the most important one, I think, by far. No, but I think at this point it still slams. But I need to get a Diamond Flask. That's number 1. Number 2, the cluster for crit, which is going to be level 80, and then we'll see. Yet another option, because there's one more to test, is actually like going chieftain early on until you're gonna get like good amount of accuracy and stuff. You could try to just go chieftain early on. Chieftain solves the problem of having a relatively low strength score early on. Because he gets a lot of from random jewels. So he kind of solves that issue. Oh my lord. Yeah, at this point we're not doing... How much accuracy do I have? 5.3k only. So we're gaining like 35% attack speed. We're gaining like about 35% attack speed. It's pointless. Oh my lord. It's pointless to finish this map. Let's run the next one. I want to get some more XP and see how this is gonna look like with crit. So right now we have no crit whatsoever, right? 18%. And Assassin's Mark is giving us like a little bit, but that's about it. Also don't have this cluster, okay. Also I don't have this cluster right now. We're testing static strike after that, not gonna lie. Is this tech with ambush and having like infinite crit is so freaking busted. I want to test it out. No joke. Oh, diamond flask. That's perfect. It's gonna be useful. I mean, you know, when it comes to farming tier 16s, you already can. You already can, dude, if you really want to. It's not like amazing, but it's not dog shit. I will say that at this point in tier 16 maps, I would have better gear. If I normally, like, you know, played from, you know, I don't know, it would be like 6-7 hours into the league start, I would have better gear. All of this stuff that I got was self-found. Apart from, obviously, Brutus and Crown of Ice. I would have actually way more strength and damage at this point. I just bought basic strength gear from the market. Okay, I don't think I'm capable of doing that. These guys have poison. So let's just go ahead. Nope. Not before dying. Really hoping I can catch a streaming static strike. Testing's supposed to be great. I'm actually gonna try to test it now. And test it with this broken support, also known as ambush. I mean broken support. Ambush itself is not broken, but the combination is broken for sure. You know what? I'm going to try to buy from the market. Like not level 1 gems. Never played at Stat Stacker before. Can you talk me through belt options? Mage Blood not good here. Like one of the best belts is going to be a Hunter belt, with 12% attributes boosted to 14 with Catalyst, and like flat strength and tier 0 strength from Essence. A belt like that is going to be giving like 300 strength or something like that, but Mageblood is totally a fine option. The Mageblood, I would say, for a character like this, is going to be mostly defensive. If you want to, for example, get 90 all res with melding. 90 all res and like, you know, like more crit, like permanent crit, maybe more armor, something like that. This is what Mageblood is going to be the best for. So we don't really need attack speed because we're going to have gigantic amount of attack speed anyway. So, yeah. Okay. Ambush. Ambush support. Let's just say level 18 or something. Okay. Oh. Wrong. Gem level 18. It's 21. No quality, but that's fine. Wait, hold on. Quality is actually insanely important on this skill. Okay, we're gonna buy this one. Quality is actually really, really important. Okay, so there we go. Because you get even more crit. So there you go. Static strike. What does quality beam frequency? Okay, it's the quality on this one is also pretty important. Static strike. All of them being freaking corrupted. One divine 2020. You know what? Just for the sake of experimenting. Ooh, screams of desiccated. Resistance shocking. Resistance greater freezing for 2 mirrors. What do you freaking mean, dude? Alright, there we go. Good news is that this is also a red gem, so we can just replace that. Static strike, bada beam. And ambush, we're just going to put freaking anywhere, doesn't matter. Also, like, increased duration would be nice. There's some freaking increased duration I'm pathing through. I think there is pretty close. Well, it's not that close. It's almost there. Also, I would need to get some respec done in here because I do need these right now. There's just no other way. I need this cluster for crit multi. So we'll have to sacrifice something. This sacrifice being probably these 4. Although that's gonna suck. It didn't suck that much. 10% damage. There we go. Oh, this cluster is like... This cluster, even by sacrificing this, that's still 10% more damage. That's how good it is. Alright. How's theory crafting going? Pretty decent. We're getting somewhere. An ambush we're going to use instead of... Well, elemental weakness I don't need to use at all. Right now. I just need different colors here, that's all. Okay, there we go. Okay, ambush here. Teleport to a nearby enemy, applying a buff to your short. Performing attack with one-handed weapon removes buff to exert that attack. Yes. Let's see. Let us see. This is really balanced, right? Because I use ambush. And this static has basically 100% crit chance. Hold up a second. Oh! Is it because of multi-strike? I think it's because of multi-strike. I was messing it up. It wasn't critting always. Yeah, it's because of multi-strike. But I don't know, man. Does it, like, do that much right now? This is on the 4-link, though. I mean, the tech by itself, I could be still doing like 50% more damage by just putting increased critical damage in here, right? Damn it. Taking a lot of damage here. Seeing General's Cry hurts single target. Also is Void Shockwave in. Void Shockwave. Would you have Void Shockwave 6 hours into the league start though? Because later on, I'm totally fine with Smite. After that, like after I get some of the strength on my gear and stuff like that, I'm fine with Smite. Right? And after I get like 50-60% crit chance, I don't need to worry about this anymore. But the problem is before that. I like damage, Fire Pen, Inspiration. I mean, Inspiration is also not a great support here. We would need to change supports most likely. Something like crit damage, LE focus, or something like that, and both of those slots would probably be better. But once again, like the ascendancy for a static strike doesn't give me anything at all. It doesn't give me anything at all. Slayer is freaking insane for that, right? Slayer is freaking insane for this. Because Slayer gets actually very high damage multipliers. But Juggernaut is great for strikes, and Chieftain is great for anything you want. Because Chieftain gets a lot of strength from the jewels. Dude, like maybe at the end of the day, the play is going to be early on to just play Chieftain. And once you're gonna get some accuracy, just swap to Jugg. I don't freaking know anymore. Like, this is playable, but I really want it to have good synergy. You know what I mean? Oh, there's 2 passive points wasted. I really want it to have good synergy. Also, passives. I think we have everything. Just missing out on that. In here. On Juggernaut, it definitely doesn't make sense. It would make more sense on with Brutus on Chieftain, because Chieftain gets a lot of strength for free. Even then, this would make more sense in that case. 40k. Holy smokes, that's 10% more damage. This thing. I need to think about it very carefully. First of all, let's try, as I mentioned before, to change the gem setup a little bit in here. Just a little bit. Critical, I definitely have critical strike here. Critical damage. Echo damage support. And Ellie focus. I think for now. Get 2 blue. Static. Fire pen. Wed. Now the tooltip is 80k. I think you want the static strike, the Gathering Lightning lab version, or the normal one. The lab version is very doable with attack speed and Jugg combo. Yes, but it's not good whatsoever with this tech, with this broken tech with ambush. What we're doing right now is like we're basically clicking ambush, and then for this is busted, by the way. Then your next attack has plus 35% base crit and 138 critical strike multiplier. So basically your next attack is a guaranteed crit and has a crit multi on top of that. And this works for the entire duration of static strike. So I mean that's just not freaking balanced. So attack speed doesn't really scale with this at all. But the skill itself doesn't hit a lot of enemies. It does better damage now though, for sure. See against boss. See against bosses, I guess. Oh, I'm taking so much damage, dude. I'm not res capped now. No, you know, I think I smite was faster. On an Ascendancy that scales really well with Static Strike, it would make more sense, but definitely not on Jugg. Jugg gives me nothing here. I don't get anything at all that would synergize in any way, shape, or form. But I mean, yeah, Slayer seems more optimal. Yeah, it's 100%. Not even close. Ruthless also snapshots. You can count the hits for it. Get General's Cry for single target. It's massive. Oh, so you get double damage from Ruthless too. Yeah, it's freaking beautiful. that's honestly, that's legitimately busted, dude. It really is. How the snapshotting on this ability works. It's kind of crazy. This is kind of crazy. I kind of want to see how Brutus would look like if I actually decided to get like the most basic level of gear with essences. So like, it's like basically getting strength in my pieces of equipment. You know what I mean? Like the most basic gear level. This ring is kind of nice. It's not like that nice, it's only 17, but... Okay, let me check something. So level up these. Let's switch back from these. I am considering still using this though. Multi-strike? Yeah, multi-strike at this point. Multi-strike is a great support once you get a lot of attack speed. Which we currently do not have. Long story short. Which we currently do not have. Elemental Focus is freaking stupid though. Because LE Focus basically removes this mastery, and this mastery is pretty damn good. So that's not an option. Okay, let's do one. Let's do Diamond Flask, and let's do one blue. With crit. Static Strike. I mean, I have to freaking use multi-strike. I mean, I don't have a choice. I don't think so. And then Sulfur Flask is gonna go. And then I'm gonna start using Diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Resistances. Reduced duration is probably not what I'm looking for. Okay, just do duration then. Obviously this is league start, so no, let's just literally do this. And oh, okay, that's pretty good. Okay, that's pretty nice. There we go. Well, this ring is miles better than these still. Can't craft suffix on it. Has a little bit of... okay. Wait, hold on a second. The all resistance craft is gone? Oh, there it is. 10 I think is enough. Yeah, we're overcapped now. This guy is gonna say goodbye. It's time to say goodbye. And Smite tooltip is 85,000 all of a sudden. So the tooltip skyrocketed since last time. Also. I would be really missing these points over here though. For sure. How much increased damage? I need to check. I need to check in freaking POB, dude. I need to check in POB. Because this is still, right now, we're talking 5-link, literally found, like SSF. We're talking literally, okay, that's the only semi-expensive thing that would cost anything, right? We're still talking 1 divine, basically, budget. Let me see. New. Start. This guy. Vol Smite. Smite. Wait, hold on a second. Something is extremely wrong. What? Is it because of ambush? Because of ambush. Okay, something is extremely wrong. Why the hell do I have 80,000 tooltip here? Okay, something is extremely wrong. Let me figure out what is wrong in here. Under no freaking circumstances this is correct. Okay, there we go. But 230k is still freaking low. We were fortified. No con ground. No shock. That is 280, 240. That's 500,000 shaper DPS. More or less. Something is gigantically wrong in here. But maybe I'm just trying to like push this too much. I mean, we're still talking like how long will we play for? Like 2 hours? We went from tier 1s to tier freaking 16s. And we could already fight this guy. Right? We already had an invitation. Like the quest. Maybe I'm trying too quickly to get to millions of DPS. Maybe I'm just freaking sabotaging myself, basically. By doing stuff like that. Maybe that's just how it's supposed to be. And that's about it. Are there even builds that have millions of DPS freaking 6-7 hours into the league start? I doubt it. Diamond Flask, it's 700,000. Power charges and Flask, we have 57% crit chance. If we're gonna be getting, that is, the charges from Assassin's Mark. I mean, let's freaking give it a try in the map. So it did change the setup a little bit. Oh, okay, I can't run this one. Okay, it's gonna be a tough boss in here. Bosses will be tough in here, boys. Ambush, I'm obviously not gonna need anymore, at least for now. So let's put it in here. Static, there we go. Am I missing something? Okay, now when we crit, we start doing damage. We already start doing damage when we crit. Now. I would say that at this point with a 6 link, the damage would have been good enough to like farm this. And then with full smite, obviously. May I see the difference when I crit? Actually, rare monsters like die in like, I don't know, 2 hits or something. Well, when my flask runs out though, it gets worse. Also, there's obviously no quality on assassin's marks, so I'm not gaining any power charges sustained while fighting bosses. So that's one thing. Tell you what, at this point, if we had crafted strength on gear, I think the damage would have been fine enough. Let's try a different map for comparison. I don't freaking know if Alzheimer is a good idea. It's definitely not a good idea. I have no freaking chaos resistance at all. Not very high amount of tankiness either. But I think we can change this to, well, whatever. Just keep it for now. Just keep it for now in here. Let's do this. These freaking rare monsters are tankier than the boss itself. Freaking A, man. Wait, hold on. I'm not getting power charges right now because this doesn't have okay. Not getting any power charges on bosses because this doesn't have quality, man. That is the reason. I just realized this is the quality bonus. Okay, man. Makes so much more sense now. Alright, boys. I'm going to tell you one very simple thing. What if I switched from Juggernaut to Chieftain right now? We did lose hit chance, but we would mitigate that problem by going this way. Nah, I mean, freaking it shows that Jugg still gives you insane amount of damage, honestly. There's apparently still an insane amount of freaking damage, man. It's undeniable at this point. If we went Chieftain, then we would have this, and this is and this is busted. But we would need to have any jewels here. Crimson jewels with literally anything. So let's just say Scepter attack speed. There we go. 1 stat jewels, literally. Boom. And we will get 1 jewel over here. Boom. And 1 over here. Boom. Nah, Chieftain wouldn't have more damage, man. I don't think so. What's up, Hats? I don't think that Chieftain would have more damage. Juggernaut still gives you like a lot of attack speed, but Juggernaut doesn't really feel amazing with slams, and Juggernaut doesn't feel freaking amazing with static strike. So it's literally, if you want to be playing Jugg, it's Smite. Or any other strike skill, that's also an option. Any other strike skill would work fine too, I guess. Freaking Molten Strike? No. Molten Strike without Nemesis is not a skill. And without Point Blank also. Time for Flicker. No, I think I'm just going to stick to Smite, but I think I'm going to play with Sunder for a little bit longer. And before doing Void Stones, I would just like craft a little bit slightly better gear. Like literally just try to get anything with strength. You know what I mean? Anything with strength. And that's all. I'm going to give you an example. Let's just say that we're playing Sunder. We're just playing Sunder until like tier 16s. Then we're doing all that stuff. We're doing the quests. And before the quests, we're spending all of our currency, which is going to be, I don't know, 20, 30, 40 chaos, or maybe a divine if we're lucky to get like a 6 link. And then we're doing something like this. I'm gonna show you. Do I have like any like human looking belt here? Just to save time, I don't have to. Oh, I have mage blood here, but that's probably not it. No. Not this one. Cam's Binding. This one has a little bit more strength, but Cam's Binding? I just need a heavy belt and slap an essence on it, that's it. That's literally what I need. This one is with strength, some life, some resistance, wed. You know what? This is better than... But this is just for the showcase. This is better than what I would normally have at this point. But this is... Okay, not... Okay, never mind. No. 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 Fine, I'm gonna do it from scratch. Heavy belt. I could just pick up one from the ground. Hold up a second. I can just like do it. I don't need to buy. I can just like get something here. There we go. We have a heavy belt. Yo, you know what? This one is actually not bad. This one is actually not even horrible. Am I keeping this? I mean, it's +7 strength. So not much. That's gonna be like 5% more damage or something like this, yeah. But you know what? This would do for now. Let's just say that this would do, right? Let's just say that this would do. At least it has a lot of resistance. And then we are going to be doing some shenanigans. So first things first. Essence. Oh, that's unnecessary. Where are my essences? Shrieking Rage. There we go. Getting literally a couple of these. Literally just a couple of these. And then doing something like that. Moving this. Boom. Fire resistance. Strength. Do we have one open prefix? We do. Literally that. Right here. And this ring. This one's going to be a little bit more tricky because I actually need that intelligence. I actually need that intelligence on this ring. So the second ring, perhaps you would have to buy. That's all. And then gloves. Strength and high fire resistance. Fire again. I'm gonna be overcapped on fire big time. But it has open suffix still for resistances. You know what? I would legitimately think that this would have been okay. Like, legit. Another fire? You crazy, bro. Oh, come on. Really? Nobody's selling them? Bro, are you serious? I just need to get, like, anything human for this show. Because I don't want to buy from the market, you know what I mean? Okay. It would be cheaper to just buy. It would be cheaper to just freaking buy, dude. To just buy all of those. Okay, I need to craft intelligence here. Oh, they don't have suffixes. Great. What's up, Uwu? I really want to play your build. I feel spells are too crazy to be playing maces. Our spells gonna be that crazy this league? Some of them got buffed, but also there are some nerfs on top of that. So, that's debatable, you know? That's debatable. Yeah, I'm gonna need one with open suffix, basically. Okay, there we go. I mean, I know I spent a lot of essences, but like these essences will be like freaking dirt cheap at that point. So there you go. Honestly, also we could anoint something extremely cheap in here, like extremely cheap. Like for example, I know well, at this point we wouldn't be anointing anything, let's be honest. So just forget about it. That's fine. Okay, so this is a little bit better than before. The good news is that we actually don't need life on pieces of gear because we have a lot of flat life from the equipment itself. I can just do something like wed in here. This is crafted, this is crafted. Here we can get even more wed. And the only problem is that I don't have cold res now, but this is without auras on. So we would need, I have too much lightning, we would need a little bit of cold. We need a little bit of cold res. Okay, doable for the most part. For the most part, fine. And our strength jump up to 935, and this tooltip jump by 50%. There you go. The tooltip jumped by 50% already. And then the 6th link would be another 35% more damage. And from there, we would very quickly be capable of running tier 16s and other bullshit. Right? Okay, let's do this one. Minus with boss life and stuff. Minus max. Oh, oops. Curious how this would feel if I just use Sunder. And then wait for smite until we're gonna have more attack speed. Smite starts feeling really good if you have attack speed, starts feeling even better if you have Smite of Divine Judgment, right? So I'm thinking about this. It already, in my opinion, on this still extremely low budget, it already can clear tier 16s, so... I literally just slapped some freaking super cheap essences in there. And that's it. And we have a 5 link. And that's freaking it, really. Boots are we wearing? Not replica Alburns? No, these are just regular Alburns. 1 chaos. Hours into the league start. Oh, I don't have any flask charges. How did that happen? This is with 35% monster boss life. And I have no flasks. So it does feel a little bit... It does feel better at this point, right? Oh, these guys are healing on con ground. Okay, when I crit, at this point his HP starts moving. It does. The smite truly, really starts feeling so much better when you have attack speed. It's such a night and day difference. Because the positioning, repositioning is not as painful because you attack so fast that, I mean, just trust me, right? Just trust me on that. Alright, I'm going to give Sunder a try again. See how Sunder is going to feel like. The good news is that with Sunder, we literally, I do believe, have to change nothing. Literally nothing. Let me just make sure. We're switching to Sunder. Do we have to change anything on this passive tree? No, we don't. I mean, we could get some area here. 20% area wouldn't be bad at all. That's one thing for sure. That's one thing that Sunder... Honestly, you could even think about getting these 2 points with Smite. That's actually not bad. It's actually not a bad idea whatsoever. Okay, give me respec. Boom, boom. Early on especially, because later on, I think with Smite of Divine Judgment, you still don't give a shit about area. Alternatively, you can get on Juggernaut. Instead of something, you can get Unyielding. So that's going to give you all the area in the universe. So you're going to have massive area with this, actually. But that is an option. Alright, so let's do it. Let's get some area here. Fine. Let's do it. We're only level 78. Man. Armor 45 as extra maximum energy shield. Reduce damage from crits. They're gonna be tanky here. But at this point already, it starts feeling like something. Already. And this gear is still obviously super pissed. So. Oh, what am I freaking doing? I was supposed to switch to Thunder. Okay, one more map of Smite, I guess. One more map of Smite. I guess one thing I didn't think about, you could definitely like get 1-2 points and get 2 like decent looking jewels from the market at that point. This is like what, 7-8 hours into the league start? You definitely could. And these will be freaking huge boosts too. You could definitely get something for 1 chaos. That will be maybe even 3 stat jewels if you're lucky. For 1C. I think it's doable at that point. But we know, boys, long story short, you can swap to Brutus when you get Crown of Ice. Probably not before that. That's the plan. And then you can smite this. You can switch to smite when you have +1 gloves. Until then, play with Thunder. And that's long story short how it's gonna go, I think. Oh yeah, this dude starts dying so much faster now. This guy is like 2 times tankier in comparison. If not 3. This might be one of the tank. You know what? I kind of want to do a different boss. We're gonna do a different boss. Then we're doing people take 1 in Act 5 and sell them cheap early. Yeah, that's also another great way of getting additional damage. And you can get super easily 10% additional damage almost instantly on the amulet allocation. There are things that are super turbo cheap that are gonna be big boosts. Well, this is a Apollocent, so probably not, but there are options when it comes to that as well. This one is also a Apollocent, clear and azure. That's a good node, but guess it's not gonna happen. These are not a thing anymore. Defiance is black, so that's even cheaper. It's not bad. Retaliation is also a Apollocent. There's plenty of good options. This one is insanely cheap and pretty good. That will be a decent amount of attack speed, probably like about 5% with 10 res. So there's this. Okie dokie. This one is, I need to freaking reroll that. This one is not gonna happen. Increased damage, hexproof, less accuracy. Let's do a different map. I kind of want to see how like a different map is going to feel like. I mean, screw it. Let's do Piety again. Let's do a Piety. I just can't do Thunder with constant sound clapping, so annoying that I get Voidstone Static Xert, then it's full swap. Also sounds good. I totally, well, obviously, probably guys, if you saw the video from, I'm not gonna try to even pronounce, but if you saw the video from the guy that did the speedrun in, like, I think he did campaign below 3 hours on Static Strike and very quick the Void Stones also. Yeah, Static Strike is broken. Static Strike has broken mechanics. with ambush and with snapshotting. Can you do, and with Ruthless, can you do ambush and intimidating cry at the same time? No, intimidating cry only works for, no, never mind. It only works for it only works on slams, I think. That would be freaking insane. I mean, look at that. I mean, tier 16s were farming already. It would be pain in the ass without Volsmite, in my opinion. But with Volsmite, we can, even with Altar. Well, I'm not clicking Altars, but we already can. So... Okay, so it's just this one bastard that is so insanely tanky from tier 16 maps, it seems like. Is it just this one Strand boss? Oh, I don't have my flasks up anymore. But Piety dies definitely faster than the other dude. I need my flasks though. So be right back. Okay, Piety doesn't even die that slow. We have a Shaper Guardian map. Writing Invitation. And you know what? Let's do this Writing Invitation. This endgame? Yes. I mean, let's just put it this way. This one. This could be the gear I could have while fighting this guy. But here's the thing. Normally he would be easier, right? Because the quest version is easier. Like less tanky and stuff. Okay, we're not doing a lot of damage to him. But once again, I don't know how much easier the quest version is. I will be honest with you, my friends. If you do, I would love to know. It's definitely not the quest. Not even close, by the way. I would definitely kill him faster. Without a shadow of doubt, I would have killed him faster. I think he is similar HP to like Uber. Not to Uber, to like he's not like much less squishy than the for example, X-Arch. Honestly, I kind of want him to kill me. It's kind of a waste of time. Okay, just kill me. There we go. Alright, Infinite Hunger. I wonder if we have information of that. Infinite Hunger. Their Worlds Quest. What about PUEDB? Oh, PUEDB. Infinite Hunger. Okay, so the life, it says 45 million. What about the quest one? I am willing to believe that this guy had 45 million there. I'm willing to believe that. But here is the question. Where is the quest one? Select monster level from the drop down from PWDB. Monster level. Okay, but here's the thing. What is his monster level on the quest version? Is it like 80 or something? That I do not know. Because the 83, the one that we fought, is 43 million HP or something like that. The quest one is freaking who knows. It's definitely much earlier than that. Something probably around this. It's probably like twice, 2 times less. But I'm just freaking predicting. I don't freaking remember. I don't remember myself, I will say. Okay, whatever. Whatever. We're not gonna be doing this now. T1 int. Shaper though. Shaper Guardian map on the other hand, I'm going to do with pleasure. If we can do Shaper Guardian on this gear, that's a good sign. With, what do we have here? Okay, not very dangerous mods. So we have Shaper Guardians here. Which one are we doing, boys? Hydra, Phoenix, Chimera. Let's do Chimera. Let's give it a try. And we still need to test Sunder. Oh crap. We still need to test Sunder after that. The quest ones are 79. Okay, so I have two times less, about that much. So the quest one would take some time, but it wouldn't be too bad at the end of the day. Exalted Orb. We would basically need to get the damage however we could early on. Maybe even sacrifice life, because we already have a lot of life, to be honest. More than majority. Maybe sacrificing a few points there and there, maybe sacrificing this, maybe sacrificing this. Getting the jewel sockets, getting, I don't know, like 2 stat jewels or something. Then getting this accuracy for attack speed over here. I think it would have been fine. It would have been fine. I don't know. Let's nerf ourselves. I think I'm immune to these effects anyway, because we have purity of elements. Oh, damn, he has endurance charges. Okay, that's gonna make it much longer. It's probably the worst defensive stat that he could have. Speaking of defenses, I completely forgot that we should be using Immortal Call. Cast when damage taken. That'll be huge for us. These guys having only one wave, holy smokes, that's gonna be such a beautiful thing to witness. Okay. With flasks, he kind of went down way faster. With the diamond flask, we're ramping, boys. How much does this cost? Indigo, Cephia, Silver. Will be 11% more damage. As an anointment also. Will be pretty strong. It's, by the way, probably the best anointment in the game for many classes, many characters. Kind of bad test because monsters gain endurance charge on hit is arguably the worst freaking defensive stat that a boss can have. But I mean, we did it. At least we did it. It took some time. It did take some time. We did do it. Now, onto the Sunder, just to see the comparison. The melee damage. The thing is, I think the only thing I really need to change is okay, it's multi-strike also. Multi-strike, and we're gonna doing Fist of War or Pulverize at this point. Fist of War or Pulverize. I legitimately have no freaking clue. 47 with area, or like every 2 seconds. I mean, the thing is that Fist of War doesn't really work that well with me. I attack quite often. So that doesn't make all that much sense. Ruthless, maybe even? Sunder, Fire Pen, Wed, these are absolutely fine. Critical damage is absolutely fine. Ruthless? Will Would be nice to have another link, but let's try Pulverize first. And let's do a tier. Damn it, this shield is garbage. I forgot about, oh crap, I forgot about getting like a shield with strength. Forgot about that completely, man. But it's okay, it's too late. We could get like 15% more damage here, but it's fine. And if Rat Pit's gonna be super cheap early on, then dude, I'm slapping in Rat Pits here. We're getting 40% more damage, right? Or the preferred FF Jules on this build. I think the best one by far, well, maybe not by far, but the best one is going to be Ngamahu. Ngamahu is gonna be great. It's gonna be about 25% more damage and about 500 life, something like this. For pure damage, I don't know how expensive they are. Probably pretty expensive, but for pure damage, Aspect of Carnage is an option. After that, let me think. I mean, for defense, if you really wanted to go defensive, on the other hand, you can get this, right? You can get 90 all res pretty easily, while having the super speed of Juggernaut and all the immunities and everything. So that would be kind of nice, but like, even this wouldn't be that atrocious, maybe? Nah, never mind. Nah. These two options, I would say. For the most, I cannot think of anything else. Frankly, that sounds about right. All right, peanut butter Sunder time. Let's do it. Strand? I mean, fine. Strand, fine. Strand is fine, right? Fine, Strand. Still need to spend my mana, by the way. Nah, bro. Until I'm... Nah, man. Oh, I don't have precision on. Until I'm gonna get good attack speed, I'm talking like at least 15,000 accuracy. I think it's freaking Sunder time, bro. No, it's Sunder, man. It's freaking Sunder, dude. Brutus? Okay, I have an idea how to do this. I have a good idea how to do this. Smite is going to feel fantastic with attack speed. But before that, I think it's Sunder. But I think to Brutus you can swap as quickly as you have Crown of Ice. If you have Crown of Ice, you can swap to Brutus. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, it's good that we did this session here. Holy smokes, it's 4 hours already. It's good that we did this session here. Man, not gonna lie, on this level of gear, Sunder kind of freaking... Sunder doesn't screw around. Okay, bro. Okay, Sunder doesn't screw around at all, man. I just don't know if Pulverize would be better, or... I really like Pulverize, I gotta be honest. Definitely not Fist of War at this point. And then the last link would be Ruthless. Ruthless would go really hard because of the third hit with Intimidating Cry for like basically quadruple damage. That would go really hard. I think that's about it. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I have a very good idea how we're gonna play this out, boys. A very, very good idea at this point. On top of that, which is going to make feel even better, I think it's completely unnecessary. We're freaking playing softcore to use an Unrelenting early on. Just freaking do this. Like, legitimately, just do Unyielding instead. Let's see. Let's see now. Okay, they gain endurance charge. They're gonna be really tanky, but that's fine. Oh, it's Sunder time. Sunder it is. With Intimidating Cry, I'm actually one-shotting basically any rare monster at this point. With this shitty gear, that is a really good sign. The great thing about strength stackers is that literally the first hours until you get any level of strength are like kind of slow-ish, a little bit slower. But like every hour after that, like you gain like 30% damage per hour. Every hour or more. Look how much damage we gained since 2 hours ago, literally for pennies. Like for like not spending almost any currency whatsoever. We got a 5-link and literally just slapped a couple essences on the equipment, and that's it. And this would still work 100% if you were doing like a regular Sunder. I think with a two-handed axe, this still would have been fine. If for some reason you can't get like, you know, Crown of Ice early on, like you get super unlucky or something, this would still be working. Oh damn! Okay, bro. Okay, dude. The ring is kind of cracked, not gonna lie. It would be even better if the strength was higher, but that's a big freaking drop right there. Man, I need one more passive. I want to see how how much accuracy do I have now? 7.8k already. That's 53% attack. That's 58% attack speed from Undeniable. Man, this is becoming better and better. On top of that, I completely forgot that without Smite, we don't really need these like at all. So we have more passive points now. 7.8 with this node here. Oh, heck yeah! Heck yeah! Well, frankly, I could still get these three, I guess. Or I could just get this for attack speed. 9.5 now. Ooh. +1 maximum endurance charge, sure. So that's 6. Some defense also. You know what? All of a sudden, I want to keep on playing. Not gonna lie. All of a sudden, I want to keep on going. This is Reflect. Let's do a different map, a different boss. Ashenwood. Ashenwood. Let's do Ashenwood then. With this amount of endurance charges, tankiness also starts feeling, you know, better and better. still potentially one missing right now. Okay, this dude is pretty tanky. I like to play this League Star, but can this build farm essences on day 1 in tier 6 maps? Absolutely. Super easy. Tier 6. The gear I have right now is gear, I don't know, I'm going to say 7, maybe 8 hours into the League start. And I'm doing tier 16s, right? This is 7, maybe 8 hours into the League start, the gear I have right now. Oops. Let's do another one. At this point, this map was pretty much done. I gotta say, these monsters, you know, that shoot freaking projectiles from their, you know, chest or whatever. These freaking implants, they do a lot of damage. That is going to be completely solved once we're gonna get block. But for now, they're doing a lot of damage. Alright, what about a different boss? Alleyways? Alleyways. Let's try this. And there's gonna be a video tomorrow. I'm really glad that I managed to... that we did this, these tests here. I know exactly when you're supposed to swap and when it's gonna feel good and all that stuff. Now I know exactly how the progression should look like. So, I'm really freaking happy that I did that. The progression is gonna go like this. You start leveling with Sunder in the campaign. Then you keep using Sunder. The thing is that you can swap to Brutus as quickly as you can. Swapping to Brutus immediately is going to be fine. And then you're trying to get Chronovice as quickly as possible. And then you don't switch to Smite until you get, you know, some like slightly level better of gear. And you're just going to be playing with Sunder. That's all that happens. Gotta say, on like very, like, Smite needs a lot of attack speed to feel good. Like, without anything, Smite doesn't feel that great. And also it needs, well, Smite of Divine Judgment feels great, but obviously you're not gonna get that early. Because you need the Vol version, so good luck. But, yeah, I know what you're supposed to do, which is great news. And this already feels good. This already feels good. It's also thinking about doing Earth Shatter for a second. But to do Earth Shatter, you need to have automated Warcries, right? Because Earth Shatter will be doing like more single target. What do you guys think about other options for for slams. What are other good slams that don't require like a lot of investment? Like, you know, Sunder, basically you slap in and you're done. That's how Sunder works. Maybe instead of Pulverize, maybe Ruthless would still be better. I don't freaking know, man. Elemental damage. Maybe instead of Wed? Like freaking Wed though? I mean, maybe. Like critical damage support early on? Now how much crit damage do I have? 346. I mean, that's already a very decent amount. It might be better. It's like we have power charges from quality from Assassin's Mark. And then we're gonna have... maybe it is. Maybe it is better. With Flask up, we have already 46% crit chance. Big power charges, big bonks indeed. What's up, Samo? How are you doing? I think what's going to be crucial is just like getting these jewel sockets early on and just like slapping something decent in there. I think that's going to be crucial. Like getting like 1 chaos jewels. And this is like going to be 10% if not more damage per jewel slot, like literally. That's gonna be big. It's gonna be pretty damn big. And definitely getting... Bro, this freaking armor sucks. Oh! Okay, that's one belt to freaking identify. Jeez! Alright, dude. Only problem is that cold resistance. Okay, you know what? I'm going to do some... We're going to do some shenanigans. I have these essences over here still. Shrieking Essence of Rage. Fire res. I would need... what res would I need? Hold on. I'm going to take this off. I just need cold. Literally cold. Literally cold. Literally. That's a little bit of cold. Not enough. Lightning. 37 cold. You know what? %6 attributes I could craft, or 5% attributes. Okay, you know what? Like for early starter item, let's just not go that far, shall we? Just do something like this. And that's already better. Again. And here I could craft Wed. Boom. And we are actually overcapped on res. We don't need this anymore. I'm gonna drop this one too. And putting these supports back in. And bada beam, bada boom, 140 tooltip. 1000 strength, exactly. In Harvest swap the reses, what the hell? It's cheap even on League Start. But like this character is like, this is like 8 hours into the League Start. Maybe less, depending on how fast I'm gonna do campaign. So this early, you're probably not going to bother with that. You know, this is just like a simulation, you know what I mean? This is like literally a simulation. So, it's fine, just let me click a few more essences, man. It's fine. Alright, let's do beach, shall we? Temp change, and exposure, cold damage, something, blah 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 blah. Let's do beach. Wow. That's fortunate indeed. It's really hard to say which support would be better. It would be better to use Pulverize or I don't know. Okay, but we can efficiently farm tier 16s at this point. And that's with probably like a 30% damage loss, because for 4 passive points I could have 3 jewel slots. Maybe more. So these are actually some good freaking news, boys. Obviously with a lucky divine, which it's possible to find it, you just get a 6-link and boom, you have, with 3 jewel slots and a 6-link, you're getting 70-80% more damage in total. And we're actually freaking golden. I'm not gonna lie to you. We would actually be golden after that. Okay, this starts looking better and better. Gonna get these points maybe, but like at 1,000 strength, I'm gaining already 300% damage from Crown of Ice, so percent damage at this point is not that crazy. So it's probably irrelevant. What are the passive points I had? I think I had a clusters at this point, right? I think I had a clusters. Bada beam, bada boom. Okay, let's just click on this one, whatever. Accuracy here, resistances, cluster. Oh, plus 10 rage here with rage on hit. That would be decent, I guess. That'll be totally fine. And then this cluster we're not gonna get until Rational Doctrine. And yeah, okay. This node is pretty good. So jewels, basically. Freaking jewels. I'm gonna tell you right now that from level 70 to 75, something like that, it might feel relatively slow. Simply because we're not gonna have this crit cluster over here. This crit cluster is crucial. Maybe I'm actually, you know what? Maybe I'm actually going to like spec over here. That's a lot of points. But maybe I'm gonna think about specking over here to get this cluster. This cluster is kind of insane. I mean, oh, I take it back. With Sunder, you can get these 3. Okay, with Sunder, taking these 3 is freaking insane. Absolutely insane. Okay. Okay, so that's solved. That's it when it comes to that. There's another crit cluster over here, I think. Yeah, there's another one. Okay, with Sunder, you could literally take this and this over here, and you're gonna start doing some freaking cracked crits. Then the power charges from Assassin's... Oh, damn it, man. Okay, so for now, what could I respec? I could definitely respec this point is unnecessary. This one I probably want to keep for now. This one I want to keep. This light, I really don't need that anymore, I don't think. Okay, there we go. So tooltip is 137. With this cluster over here, the tooltip jumps to 161, 20% more damage, which look at that. Honestly, you could get these points too. 169. Damn. Okay, let's run this tier 14. A different map. Layer map? Sure, whatever. Do you need those area of vector cluster points with Sunder? Yeah, I just literally dropped that. I think for the campaign early on, this is softcore. I think it's better to get Unyielding over Unrelenting. Literally for just area. This is like in total 6% additional PDR and 6% elemental damage reduction with Jugg. Because we're only going to have 6 endurance charges. 7 if you have +1 on boots. Which, you know, fair enough. That would be 7% then. But I think that's gonna be better overall. Just for area. On both Smite and both in the Sunder. I think Unyielding getting that 40% area for free and like 50% damage early on especially, I think that sounds good. With Pulverize, even without the War Cry, the area doesn't feel like garbage. And, you know, with the mana left over that we have, we could totally do something like Auto-Exert Seismic Cry, for example, for like a big area boost. I could totally do that. But you know what? I'm thinking about it right now. Another great option would be to go for... Let's do this ritual. Another great option would be... Dude, I'm actually freaking doing damage. Flesh and Stone. Flesh and Stone for defense would be great. And we get so much more tankiness if I had cast when damage taking Immortal Call. That would like literally prevent, I don't know, we died like 4 or 5 times so far. I think that could legitimately prevent all of these freaking deaths. Is partially the reason why Juggernaut is so tanky is because he has very good uptime and access to Immortal Call. So that's part of the reason why. Like when people start attacking you and you proc Immortal Call, you're just like golden. You're basically golden. When you start dropping HP, all of a sudden you just don't drop HP anymore. Unless it's like massive freaking amount of elemental damage or something. As jungle is meta, Mordekaiser. Oh, freaking League of Legends discussion, that's what I'm talking about. Nothing like some League of Legends discussion while playing Path of Exile. You know what? This is I think the perfect way of solving that problem. Like the only way that you can think about League of Legends without being tilted is when you play a good game simultaneously. I'm gonna be playing on League Start on Friday. We can talk about. Guess it's fine. As his jungle is meta, Mordekaiser is most broken champ right now. Ribbon getting nerfed. Carnaries, what the heck is going on? What? But like, you're talking about League Classic or just like regular League? Regular League? I've heard something about Nasus jungle. They wanted to nerf it. But is it because it's like broken in low elo, or people actually everywhere play that for some reason? What happened since I freaking left? What's going on? What actually is going on? Okay, on crits we definitely started doing damage, boys. Some big DPS right there. You know what? I'm actually gonna remove this. Actually gonna remove this. Gonna remove this for anything else, really. Like, even Challenger Pro players are picking it? Nasus jungle? Holy smokes. You don't play League anymore? Not really. The reason why I picked up League recently, this year, at the start of the year, is because I didn't have, like, temporarily nothing else to do. But every time I have PoE available, I'm playing PoE. So, long story short, how it goes. How much your PoE account is your PoE account worth? You look like you have a lot of shit. I don't think it's possible to like transition it to like money and stuff. Like, the thing is that I have a lot of legacy stuff that doesn't exist anymore. You cannot get it. But in Standard League, where, you know, all the stuff is from all the leagues from the past, something like that is not very valuable anyway. So, let's try to do this auto exert I mentioned before. Auto exertion. How much mana does it cost now? 20%. Okay. Warcry. I mean, the only option that makes any sense here is Seismic. It's 50% more area on Seismic, right? I still don't know if it's worth it. I mean, Seismic has 8-second freaking cooldown. There's no freaking way that's worth it, by the way. PoE's better game? So much better. There's no way that would be worth it, by the way. No shot. I mean, I can just test it out how it's gonna feel, but something tells me it's gonna feel like garbage. I'm not gonna see a difference. But here goes nothing. I have slots, can put it in. The mana is irrelevant. Still have plenty. Alright, next map. Let's do Acid Caverns, for example. Was Nasus Jungle ever good before? Or is it a new thing? Oh, there was a time when Nasus Jungle was freaking meta, crazy broken. But that was very early in League's development. Like legitimately in... I don't want to lie to you, but... like Season 2, Season 3. Something like this. Right? Oh, damn! I got freaking shotgun so hard here. I don't even know what that was. Maybe like getting a shield until Iron Fortress with like block cap. Maybe getting a shield with a little bit block would be a decent idea. By the way. Okay. It's poison that's freaking annihilating me. It's poison and unique monster damage, I think. Combination. Poison is definitely destroying me because we have 0 poison freaking chaos resistance. So it'd be good to have Flask with immunity to that. I don't even know what my Pantheon is, frankly. Okay, but poison with unique monster damage probably means that we're gonna freaking die to this boss. It's like having 0 chaos resistance not gonna help. Unless we're gonna play safe. Yeah, this poison is destroying me. Okay, now one guy down. Not even close, baby. So Sunder it is, boys. It is Sunder, unless, as I mentioned before, we are testing Earth Shatter or something. But Earth Shatter, I do believe, requires a full auto exertion setup, and that's not gonna happen. It's not gonna freaking happen, boys. Any recommendations as to what other slam skills we could use? Is there like a tag over here? Is there like a tag over here that says slam? There is. So consecrated path. Bro, consecrated path, unironically. Would that be better than Sunder? Like, is there any freaking chance? I mean, it can have 30% quality for 42% more damage with fits to closer targets. But I don't think my area is going to be good enough for that. There's no freaking way. Can be supported by multi-strike, that's whatever. Physical converted to fire, break duration in 4 seconds. You know, the good news is that with this skill you have permanent consecrated ground. You know what? I freaking like it. I'm gonna give it a try. I'm gonna give it a try, dude. I freaking will. Crushing fit. You know what? Screw that, man. Consecrated path. The only problem is that do I have a consecrated path? Like good skill level. Hold on a second. Gems. Gems are truly outrageous. Consecrated path? I don't. Let's type path. Shield charge instead. It doesn't seem like I do. Extremely painful. Alright, we would have to get it ourselves in that case. Like gem level 17 at least. There we go. 20... yes. You know, I have to admit though, I wouldn't have quality on this skill yet. But I would have at least, I think, 10% quality from... Okay, let's do something like that. I think that's fair. I think that's freaking fair, dude. I would get some gem cutters at this point, right? Oh, you could get easy 20% quality from lab. I'm a freaking moron. Okay, we're good. We're doing 20 then. We're doing 20. What do we have here? Roofless is fine with this. Fire penetration, pulverize, and crit. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, I already regret my decisions. Dude, the area on this skill is freaking ass. What? I regret my decisions. I'd like to apologize. Okay, let's do this. Beach, we run beach before. Relic chambers, atoll. This map is kind of nice. Nah, man, that's not gonna freaking do. Or is it? I mean, I don't know if I'm tanky enough to play with this. What's the tooltip? Okay, that's not in hideout, though. This would once again make more sense with Berserk and the freaking auto exertions. Because you would get 50% more area on every single slam. I mean, every freaking skill for every single slam makes more sense on Berserk. Well, yeah. No exceptions here. Nah, from the two, I think that Thunder still wins. This doesn't even... This feels better than I thought, but... Is it incredible? It's not. Okay, that's the damage on this thing. What if I switch to Sunder? I lost my rage though. Freaking A, they're kind of similar. A Sunder without any buffs. 184. Conk Path. 162 it was, but Conk Path does 35% more to close targets. 35% more to close targets, you know. It's nothing to sneeze at. Okay, but doing tier 16s is getting very comfy. What else do we have? Holy Hammers, or like holy garbage. The skill is not that bad, but it's freaking not good either. Earthquake of Amplification, Earthquake generally speaking. No. Earth Shatter is obviously a good skill. Warcry's other slam attacks performed by you, other allied players, and will cause them to shatter, damaging surrounding enemies. Ground Slam, no. Ice Crash is 611 with 70% attack speed multiplier. So hold on, so Thunder is 75, 629. So Ice Crash is lower damage? Guys, does Ice Crash like hit multiple times or something? Enemies take slightly less damage at the second and third stage and can only be hit by one stage. No, it doesn't. What's the point of the skill? 80% more damage with main hand weapon. Slam the ground, damaging in his area. Slams with main hand weapon deal more damage. Slams with offhand weapon has larger area of effect. Dual wielding swords, maces, scepters, access to use. Oh my lord. Please. Perforate, I never liked the skill. Sunder. Yo, what is the difference between Sunder and Sunder of Earthbreaking? Slams the ground, creating a wave of charging terrain that damages near enemies in a sequence of areas in front of you. By the wave, release a shockwave, damaging other enemies around them. Mace, scepter, axe, staff, or unarmed. 38% more area of effect. It's faster. The damage is lower. It's way faster though. Has more area of effect. I've never seen anyone use that, by the way. I will say. We have Thunder of Fartis. I've never seen anyone use this either. Just saying. Just saying. I mean, Tectonic Slam, we would have actually like 100% Fissure. Thunder it is. It's probably Thunder, boys. Wow. T1 Strength, T1 Tier 2 Cold Resistance. You know, it's not better than the one I have found here, but you know, it's not horrible either. 40% more life. Tropical island. This time. You know what, boys? I think we're gonna run this one more map, and and at this point, I more or less know what's going on. Is this map no leech or something? At this point, more or less, I know what is going on. It's also kind of cool that we're, you know, chilling monsters. They pop, so that we're kind of immune to porcupines, like some of the death effects. It's kind of nice. I don't think that using Seismic Cry makes any sense whatsoever. Instead, I would definitely want to use Flesh and Stone as a defensive layer. Unless they could even think about something slightly different. I need to figure this out. I mean, Flesh and Stone is great for defense, but... yeah, it's no leech this map. Alright. We have plenty of information. All the information that I would need... Crap. All the information that I would need, we... have. So that's great. Let me do Flesh and Stone here. Flesh and Stone would definitely be the skill that we would be using. And ironically, I guess with Sunder, you could also use Blood and Sand. That's totally an option. Blood and Sand would be bad with Sunder. That's more damage, straight up. A little bit less area, but more damage. Area on Sunder is good anyway. Especially with Pulverize. And the Juggernaut. So, I can think about that too. The Seismic Cry with Auto Exertion goes bye-bye. Gonna put this thing in here. There we go. For damage reduction. The radius is slightly better than I remembered. The radius is actually pretty good. So there we go. And one more thing that I wanted to do today is... there is my project from 3.28. And this project, ladies and gentlemen, well, it definitely got nerfed since Misted Rings got nerfed. So they're not going to be as strong as... well, these are like not like top tier like Misted Rings for sure, not even freaking close. They're not even like that crazy. But what would change is that we would lose echoing, obviously, in this league. And we would need to craft ourselves like a hunter belt. So heavy belt, most likely, maybe abyssal, but for now let's just do this. With life, strength, life, strength, hunter, influence. Hunter Elder, maybe? Oh no, we don't need life. What am I freaking doing? Attributes. This suffix would be, I have no freaking idea. Wasn't it just the average that got nerfed? Should still be that top tier is the same as the alt, unless I've misunderstood. Now, when they used that wording, my big prediction, my very, very big prediction, is that nah. I think that the top end it's gonna get nerfed. These helicals. I'll be completely honest. I think they're like slightly overpowered. I think it will be unfair. I think it's fair to say that these were like a tad bit overpowered. You know what I mean? I think they were. Yeah, what about shaper prefixes? Increased energy shield from equipped body armor. It's 400. And that's about it. Okay. What about Crusader? You know what? I think... Oh, wait, hold on. Crusader was... Okay, Crusader has maximum energy shield. This is very similar to... Okay, I think it's slightly better, actually. 450. Crusader is pretty alright to use. If we wanted to do Crusader and Hunter, that probably would be the best. The last prefix is kind of shitty, though. There's nothing there. And as for the suffixes... there's kind of also nothing there. We just need to be resistance. Probably. So yeah, a belt like that, long story short. The only difference is that... Hold on, let me get the catalysts. Attributes. So the belt like that. So this build... obviously would get much stronger still, because we could transfer the mod from Shaper's Touch into a different gloves. So that would be a huge boost. Then Crown of Ice, well, that's gonna be a that's gonna be a rough one, actually. Crown of Ice, you know, maybe I would still need to use a Mage Blood actually and get like 90 all res and drop these freaking purities from here. That would probably be the case. Not gonna lie. That'd be, you know, using all these purities would be rough as shit. That'd be very, very rough. Okay, hold on. Explain one freaking thing to me. Why am I losing 17% damage when I'm... Why am I losing like 20% attack speed when I'm clicking on this? Why am I losing 17% attack speed? What? Anyone freaking understands that? Oh, and the Ice of the Great Wolf. Okay, but at least Ice could be replaced with Simplex, which actually is better. So I mean, Simplex is even better than that. So I take it back. To 3,700 strength. Wow. The damage is 200 million. Why do I lose attack speed by what? Why? I'm so freaking lost. Legitimately lost, my dudes. Well, I have no freaking clue, but I mean, there's that. Lightning warp. Lightning warp. I used Flesh and Stone. Kidoki, Despair, Frostblink, Smite of Divine Judgment. This is... Oh, okay. So we would lose Fortify also, because it doesn't exist anymore. But the bonuses would be freaking insane, because we could get something good on Crown of Ice. Then on top of that, we could get like a fresh, unique pair of gloves with different modifiers. That would be huge. Then, well, forget about that. That's not gonna happen. But yeah, there are some buffs here for sure. I need to experiment with this build a little bit more. Something can be done here. But the entire concept, I'm afraid, of this build is kind of freaking screwed, because the entire build was, like, you know, built previous league around this. That was freaking insane. And now it's not a thing anymore. And on top of that, the misted helicals got freaking destroyed. I'm not gonna lie, I mean destroyed. Probably gonna get nerfed, right? But at this point, it might not be even worth it to use +1 ring slot. It's just going to be straight up Mage Blood. It's just going to be straight up Mage Blood, bro. And Mage Blood is big. Say whatever you want, but Mage Belt is big. But Mage Belt is mostly a defensive belt. It's not really an offensive one. Apart from crit. Like, it's gonna give you like freaking 300% crit chance, sure. But other than that, it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting to see what I can actually make off of this. It was a nice amount of strength though, 3800. So that's nice. Alright, boys. That is going to be it for today. It's almost 1 AM. Oh, soon it's gonna be. Thank you very much for watching. Tomorrow, there's gonna be a video. I'm very glad that we did this stream today because we gained a lot of inside information. I know what to say in the leveling guide at this point, and when you're supposed to swap to smite and stuff like that. So that's freaking incredible. So, yep, thank you very much. Video is going to be tomorrow. Tomorrow also another stream. We're probably going to be doing a practice run in the campaign. Try to go below 3 hours 30 minutes. Last time we almost did it. We were 4 minutes short. So yeah, thank you very much. Have a good night. God bless, my friend. And see you tomorrow. Bye bye.